Chapter 231. The senior high school entrance examination began on June 17th. Fang Yuan was assigned to Sun City No. 1 High School. In the morning, her parents did not send her off. Only Fang Ping accompanied her. On the way, Fang Yuan was in a good mood. She giggled. "Brother, I want to get into Sun City No. 1 High School too. We'll talk about it after you get in." "No problem. I'm very good." The siblings chatted until they reached the school gates. The gates were not open yet, so they were not allowed in. No one had recognized Fang Ping yet, but Fang Yuan was. Just as they stopped outside the gates, someone shouted, "President!" "Sister Yuan Yuan! Sister Yuan Yuan!" The continuous shouts stunned Fang Ping for a moment. Some of the surrounding students, especially the girls, were obviously not from Fang Yuan's school. They were not from Experimental High because they were wearing school uniforms. However, they crowded around her, chattering excitedly. "Sister Yuan Yuan, you're taking the exam in No. 1 High School too. What a coincidence. President, are we organizing activities after the exams? Sister Yuan Yuan, are the pole standing classes still recruiting? I want to sign up." It was as if all the girls in the world had become members of Yuan Ping Club. At that moment, there were dozens of girls waiting outside the gates. Almost everyone knew Fang Yuan, and they were calling her president, big sister. Fang Yuan was also overwhelmed. Replying to this and that after listening for a while, Fang Ping suddenly asked, "Girl, how many people are in your club?" Before Fang Yuan could reply, a girl who did not know Fang Ping said proudly, "Every girl is a member of Yuan Ping Club." 3,000 members spread all over Sun City. Fang Ping's expression kept changing. 3,000 members. Are you kidding me? He was still thinking about it when a few girls beside him said loudly, "If there's a will, there's a way. If there's no way out, Sun City will belong to us. The heavens do not disappoint those who work hard." 3,000 girls, no martial arts. Fang Ping. At that moment, Fang Ping was completely stunned. What arrogance! Sun City belonged to them, and 3,000 girls knew martial arts. Were they rebelling? The parents who had sent their children to take the exam were also stunned. A group of Chinibyu girls gathered together. It was unknown who changed the couplet, but it became their slogan at the moment. Seeing that these girls did not stutter at all, it was obvious that they shouted quite a lot. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Fang Yuan stole a glance at her brother's expression and asked awkwardly, "Brother, are you all right?" Fang Ping's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm fine. I just want some peace and quiet." It had already grown to 3,000 people. This was going to overturn the heavens. The Ping Yuan Club only has 108 members. What are you trying to do? Fang Yuan looked embarrassed, but soon another cheer came from the side. "Good day, Vice President." Fang Ping was dumbfounded again. Is she calling me? What were these Chinibyu girls doing? Fang Yuan continued to maintain her awkwardness. She whispered, "I'm the president. You're the vice president." Fang Ping laughed. "Huh." These little girls had never seen Fang Ping before, but they had seen his picture. Plus, they had heard Fang Yuan call him brother, so they were extremely excited. Sun City's No. 1 martial artist was back. The parents were just about to scold their daughters, but when they heard the crowd talking about the No. 1 martial artist in Sun City, they did not dare to scold them. They all looked at Fang Ping in awe. If his daughter joined some random group, he would be scolded for a while, and then he would have to deal with her later. However, since they had joined Sun City's No. 1 martial artist club, it did not matter anymore. Everyone in Sun City knew that Fang Ping, a young man, had improved rapidly in martial arts. He was about to surpass Sun City's commander. Many people knew that these martial artists had killed before. Fang Ping had killed a peak rank 3 martial artist. He might even be stronger than Sun City's commander. Because of this, the parents no longer thought that their daughters were fooling around. Practicing martial arts and becoming martial artists were what all ordinary families wanted to do. Raising a martial artist was difficult, extremely difficult. Martial artists were too far away in their eyes. They were too high and mighty. They could not come into contact with them normally. Now a rank 3 martial artist seemed to have opened a martial arts class. The parents were excited. Could it be that their daughters had a chance to become martial artists? Fang Ping was mentally exhausted. His sister had become a big shot, the leader of 3,000 people. Yuan Ping Club members could be seen everywhere, anytime, anywhere. Did Bai Jinshan know that an organization of 3,000 people had risen in a small sun city? Did Bai Jinshan want to cry? Did he have 3,000 people under his direct control? Just as Fang Ping was doubting his life, the school gates opened. It was time for exams. As Fang Yuan was escorted into the exam hall, Fang Ping wanted to die when he saw the parents' gazes. I didn't create this club. I'm not that delusional. How could they come up with such a shameful slogan? I can't afford to lose this face. He was about to flee when the school gates opened again. The principal of No. 1 high school walked out with some teachers. Student Fang Ping. From a distance, the principal, whom he had never met before, reached out and grabbed Fang Ping's hand. He said enthusiastically, I didn't expect student Fang Ping to return to his alma mater. Please come in. Before this, the school was discussing whether to invite student Fang to give a speech. However, considering that student Fang is proficient in martial arts and should not be disturbed, the school changed their decision and did not disturb student Fang. Now that student Fang has returned to his alma mater, the principal was so enthusiastic that he could not bear to let go of Fang Ping's hand. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. When he saw that the principal was about to drag him into the school, he said, Principal, the school is still having exams. Before the principal could say anything, someone beside him smiled and said, Mr. Fang, it's all right. It's an honor for the students to have you here to inspect the Sun City Senior High School entrance examination. The person who said that was obviously not from the school. As expected, the principal immediately introduced him. Student Fang, this is Section Chief Liu from the Education Bureau. He's mainly in charge of the senior high school entrance examination matters. Section Chief Liu was a plump, middle-aged man. He smiled like a Maitreya Buddha and said hurriedly, I'm not in charge. I'm just here to serve the students. Speaking of which, I'm still Director Fang's soldier. Is that Director Fang's daughter? I can't believe I didn't recognize her. What a dereliction of duty! Fang Ping was speechless. Director Fang, are you talking about my father? My old man said that he's in the office now. He's only in charge of reading newspapers and drinking tea. Where did this soldier come from? They're going to be a family soon. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. There were even more people outside, and everyone was watching. Fang Ping did not refuse anymore. He shook his hand lightly and accidentally shook the principal's hand off. Only then did he say, Let's talk inside. I hope we won't disturb the students' exams. The senior high school entrance examination was actually an exam organized by the city. It was different from the Gaokao. To Section Chief Liu and the others, it was not a big deal if they were disturbed. If worse came to worst, they could just take the exam again. Compared to receiving Fang Ping, who had killed a peak rank 3 martial artist, a small exam was really nothing. Even if this matter were to spread to the city, Commander Bai would not say anything. After entering the school and avoiding the gazes of the parents, Fang Ping relaxed a little. Looking at the teachers around him, Fang Ping exchanged a few pleasantries and asked with a smile, Teacher Liu isn't in school. The principal said hurriedly, Look at this mess. Teacher Liu is on leave today. I'll get someone to inform him immediately and ask him to come over. Don't. I won't disturb the teacher if he's on leave. Fang Ping said a few words. Seeing everyone looking at him eagerly, he felt a headache coming on. He could not just walk away, so he changed the topic. Principal, how's Sun City #1 High School's Gaokao this year? The principal smiled quickly. Very good. Of course, it can't be compared to your batch last year. Last year, student Fong ranked first in the martial sciences exams and got into Magic City Martial Arts University. He led Magic City Martial Arts University's team to win first place in the National Martial Arts Grand Competition. The principal praised Fong Ping for a while before returning to the topic at hand. This year, there are a total of 8 students with vitality above 120 calories and 2 with vitality above 130 calories. Student Fong, what do you think about them applying to MCMAU? Can they apply? If we knew that student Fong would be coming back today, the school would have organized for you to give these students some pointers. What a pity! Fong Ping could not help but laugh. After some thought, he said, this year, MCMAU is recruiting 2,000 people. Those with vitality that meet the standard can give it a try. However, NMAU is also reforming and recruiting. Senior Wang, who's a year ahead of me, is now in charge of daily teaching at NMAU. If you think NMAU is acceptable, I actually recommend everyone apply to NMAU. Fong Ping was not jealous of others applying to MCMAU. But to be honest, normal students did not have a good life in MCMAU. They were not as valued as NMAU. In Fong Ping's batch, Guoshang and the others came from well-to-do families, but they had only just broken through to the martial artist realm. In MCMAU, their instructors were usually rank 4, so they could not get any credits as rewards. On the other hand, NMAU had more opportunities. Wu Zhihao and the others were doing well in NMAU. They were close to the martial artist realm, so normal martial arts universities valued them more. Nanjiang Martial Arts University, huh? The principal muttered. Fong Ping did not know if he heard it, but he did not care. He was just suggesting it was better for real geniuses to apply to MCMAU. They had more opportunities. What he was afraid of was that if they did not reach that standard, they would really fade into the crowd once they entered MCMAU. Student Wang Jinyang is already in charge of NMAU's daily affairs. His words were a little surprising. The teachers, including the section chief, were a little shocked. What did this mean? They were all aspiring martial artists, so they did not know much about the martial arts circle. They admired Fong Ping because he was admitted to MCMAU and was on the rank 3 combat strength ranking, so he was more famous than Wang Jinyang. Now that Fong Ping said this, everyone was a little dazed. Fong Ping walked and talked. He did not say too much. After a few general words, he excused himself with an excuse that he had something to do and left early. He did not walk through the school gate. Instead, he found a place with no one around, jumped over the wall. 2 hours later, the exam ended. Fong Ping did not wait at the school gate. When Fong Yuan came out of the crowd, Fong Ping suddenly appeared, grabbed her, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Sir President, you're amazing. In the deserted alley, Fong Ping was almost gritting his teeth. He pinched Fong Yuan's cheeks with both hands and scolded. You're the big sister of 3,000 people. Oh my God, you scare me so much that my little heart can't stop beating. Stupid girl, why didn't you study properly? Why did you go and play with these things? Fong Ping pinched her cheeks and tore them apart. You want me to be your vice president? Are you trying to turn the world upside down? I recruited 107 people, and you recruited 3,000? I can't even be the boss in MCMAU's territory, and you're claiming that Sun City belongs to you? And everyone knows martial arts. If there were 3,000 martial artists, they would either be controlled by the government or they would be annihilated. Most importantly, they're all female soldiers. Women's organizations are the scariest. 3,000 girls will affect more than 3,000 boys. Pan, Fong Yuan stuttered. She looked at Fong Ping pitifully. Stop pinching me. My cheeks are going to swell. Only then did Fong Ping let go. He said with a headache, Why did you recruit so many people? It's fine if it's just a small fight, But how am I going to explain this to others? It's fine if it's just a bunch of middle school students, but it'll be a big deal in a few years. Dismiss them as soon as possible. Brother, Fang Yuan said with a bitter face, I didn't recruit so many people. They insisted on joining. Really, I'm not lying. I had to. If I didn't, they'd set up their own Yuan Ping Club. Then they sent someone to our school to look for me, saying that they'd already helped me set up a branch. They'd even paid the group fees. Then you got greedy at the sight of money and agreed. No, Fang Yuan denied hurriedly. She said pitifully, I said I wouldn't charge them, but they wouldn't agree. If I said I wouldn't charge them, I wouldn't acknowledge them as members of Yuan Ping Club. If I didn't acknowledge them, they'd form a group and cry, what? They'd form a group and go to our school to complain, saying that I didn't recruit them. I'm so annoyed. Fang Ping felt his heart twitch. After a while, he said weakly, ask Dad to tell Uncle Tan that it's fine if they're just fooling around. If something happens, don't get involved. Now that you're wearing the yellow robe, you have no choice but to do it. Don't mess around. Also, the pole standing class is just fooling around. You're not allowed to teach anyone combat techniques. I don't know either. Fang Yuan mumbled. Cut the crap. Anyway, remember, don't do anything stupid. Don't fight with others. Don't stand up for others. Don't hang out with shady people. And don't use my name to bully others. If someone bullies you, I'll hack them to death. But if they bully others, that's none of my business. The next time I come back, if you create a 10,000 member club for me, I'll slap you to death. Do you believe me? Fang Ping was speechless. What a mess this was. Got it. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. I don't want to recruit anymore. It's so tiring. You asked Dad to tell Uncle Tan. But not long ago, Uncle Tan asked me to open the back door and let his niece join our club. There's no point in telling him, right? Cough, cough, cough. Fang Ping clutched his chest and coughed violently. *CK, was he kidding? Tan Jinping must be crazy. He even let his niece join the club? What was wrong with this world? Fang Ping felt helpless. Had he fallen behind the times? Was this all the rage now? He looked at the aggrieved Fang Yuan again. Fang Ping reached out and pinched her cheeks, sighing as he walked. A tall tree attracts the wind. It's my fault. Anyway, you have to be smart. Don't take this stuff seriously, understand? Yes. Fang Ping could not be bothered to say anything more. Obviously, he had a lot to do with Yuan Ping Club's sudden growth. Bai Jinshan and the others probably thought it was a child's play and did not care about it. Instead, they seemed to be adding fuel to the fire. The deeper their family's entanglement with Sun City, the more they could not leave it. His father had become a deputy director. Who knew? He might become a deputy director one day. Who knew? The Fangs had taken root in Sun City. They could not move even if they wanted to. Chapter 232. The senior high school entrance examination finally ended on the 17th and 18th. During these 2 days, Fang Ping only dropped them off outside the school. He would leave soon after. At night, Fang Ping would focus on cultivating combat techniques. He spat blood all over the gym, almost scaring Li Yueying, who was cleaning. When she found out that Fang Ping was cultivating, Li Yueying was full of doubts. Spitting so much blood while cultivating? Did all martial artists cultivate like this? Fang Ping was helpless. That was how the blood arrow method was cultivated. He could not do anything about it. Lu Fengru did not tell him, or rather, forgot to tell him, that it was okay to cultivate with saliva in one's mouth. There was no need to spit blood every day and pollute the environment. Of course, Fang Ping did not know about this. If he did, he would curse. On the afternoon of the 18th, the senior high school entrance examination ended. When Fang Yuan stretched out her hand to ask for a gift, Fang Ping handed her a big bag. Fang Yuan, who was full of joy, doubted life the moment she opened the bag. Was this the big gift? Frustration, dissatisfaction, grief, all kinds of emotions were vividly reflected on the girl's face. Fang Ping wanted to laugh, but he felt lost in the end. He rubbed her head and said, "This is information on combat techniques. There are videos of basic combat techniques that you can cultivate. I've also written down some cultivation experiences. You can take a look. Don't be a martial artist who only has vitality. Puncture kick is a higher-level combat technique. Beginners can try cultivating it. As for the other 2 combat techniques, remember to burn them after you've learned how to cultivate them. Don't cultivate them recklessly. One day, when you've met the requirements, you can try cultivating them. Also, when you apply for martial arts universities, you can apply for NMAU or MCMAU. If Wang Jinyang is still around, you can ask him for help to arrange a better instructor for you, or you can ask him to be your instructor. If you go to MCMAU, my instructor is Lu Fengru. Your brother also has a friend, Instructor Li from the logistics department." Fang Ping suddenly remembered. What was old man Li's name? Fang Ping did not dwell on this. He smiled and said, "If you go to MCMAU, you can ask them for help. Just say she's my sister. Forget it. If you're in danger, you can ask them for help. I actually hope that you can live a peaceful life, but this world, it's just that cruel." "Brother." Fang Yuan looked uneasy. "Why are you telling me this?" Fang Ping chuckled. "She's already 15. It's time for her to grow up. My sister isn't stupid. She's a smart girl. I'm a martial artist, do you understand? Since you know that I've killed before, you should consider that one day I might—" "Fang Ping." Fang Yuan's eyes reddened. She said angrily, "I'm not going to talk to you any more." "Silly girl, don't be so childish." Fang Ping chuckled. "Your brother doesn't have a short lifespan. I've read my own fortune before. I can live to at least 99 years old. But I have no sense of direction. I'm afraid of getting lost. I'm afraid of not being able to find my way home." His phone couldn't be reached, and he couldn't find his home. Who knew when he could go home? You are an adult now. You have to take good care of your parents and wait for your brother to come back. Also, I've left you a few phone numbers. Of course, they might not be of any use. Humans are all pragmatic. Fang Ping did not know if leaving those numbers would be of any use. If he really died in the catacombs, all his value would be gone. Martial artists were also a group of pragmatic people. All right, that's all for now. I still have to rush back to school. I have things to do. Brother! Fang Yuan shouted. She tugged at the corner of his shirt and said with reddened eyes, "I won't fool around anymore. I don't want any gifts. I won't leave, okay? Little girl, you should cultivate properly. Next time you come back, you'll grow fatter. It's getting harder and harder to feel." "Brother!" Fang Ping smiled and rubbed her head. He picked up the wooden box and strode out the door, waving his hand as he walked. "You don't have to send me off." "Brother!" Fang Ping drove away. Behind the car, Fang Yuan screamed at the top of her lungs, "Brother, come back soon!" In the car, Fang Ping sighed softly. "I want to come back early too, but what if?" McMao. On the night of the 19th, Tang Feng looked at the people in front of him and said slowly, "Have you all said goodbye to your families? Leave a will for yourselves. Maybe you'll be safe after entering the catacombs. Maybe you'll all be wiped out." Tang Feng's tone was calm. "It's very common. You have to be prepared. Even grandmasters can't say that they'll be 100% safe after entering the catacombs and that they'll be able to return safely. But don't worry. Even if you really die in the catacombs, the school will take good care of your families. All humans who enter the catacombs, no matter if they're forced or helpless, are heroes. They're the backbone of humanity. Tonight, you can let loose for once. Eat some good food and drink some good drinks. Tomorrow, cheer up and get ready to go to the catacombs together." Everyone was silent. The atmosphere was heavy. Tang Feng did not say anything else. Soon he left the scene. As soon as he left, Fu Changding, who was in the crowd, said loudly, "You make it sound so scary. Martial artists have to go through this sooner or later." Martial artists of my generation are indifferent to life and death. The catacombs is not a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Many martial artists have become middle-ranked or even grandmasters in the catacombs. We don't need you to comfort us. Zhao Lei snorted softly and said lightly, becoming a martial artist means that life and death are no longer a concern. Idiot! Fong Ping scolded and said exasperatedly, isn't it good to be alive? Once we enter the catacombs, you're just a bunch of rank 2 martial artists. Stop pretending to be powerful. Behave yourselves. This time our priority is to familiarize ourselves with the environment. Put everything else aside. I'm warning you, when you're in danger, take care of yourself. Don't let those idiotic plots appear in television dramas. When you meet an undefeatable opponent, all of you rush forward like idiots. Don't act like idiots and say, I'm not leaving, I'm staying. I don't want to see idiotic things happen to us. We're going to kill enemies and earn money. Don't talk to me about other things. All right, disperse. Go back to your homes and find your mothers. Fong Ping dispersed the crowd with the attitude of a vice captain. The crowd did not say anything. Fong Ping was the strongest. Once they entered the catacombs, it would really be a battle of strength. After the others left, Fu Changding grinned and said, Fong Ping, once we enter the catacombs, I have a treasure map here. When the time comes, we'll make a huge profit. Fong Ping snorted and said exasperatedly, get lost. The catacombs are all treasure lands. The key is whether you have the strength or not. Treasure map? Do you think I'm an idiot? If there were really treasures, martial artists would be more powerful than locusts. Why would they leave them for you? Moreover, the catacombs is huge. There are treasures everywhere. If I give you the location of the energy mine in the depths of the catacombs, that counts as a treasure map. Would you be able to enter? You wouldn't even know how you died. Ignoring the fellow, Fong Ping moved closer to Qin Yunqi and whispered, Yunqi, does your grandfather know you're going into the catacombs? Yes. Did he give you something to save your life? Qin Yunqi was a little confused. What? Something like a Grandmaster scroll. Scroll? Qin Yunqi did not quite understand. She shook her head and said no. What else? Fong Ping, you're asking a strange question. What else? Say. Fong Ping was helpless. He could only ask directly, how many pills did you bring into the catacombs? Quite a lot. How many resurrection pills? 5, only 5. Fong Ping was not very satisfied. He said angrily, your grandfather is so stingy. He should have given you at least 50. Let's make a deal. If we encounter any trouble or danger, you'll give me all the pills you have. How about that? Fong Ping. Before Qin Yunqi could reply, Yang Xiaoman said angrily, can you not be so shameless? Fong Ping frowned. Be serious. Give them to me, and I'll guarantee your lives. He did not mention borrowing them. Only by giving them would he have wealth points. If they really encountered trouble, these rich people would have quite a lot of pills on them. Their value was not low. Giving them to him might increase his wealth points by tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. With so much wealth points, if he did not encounter an enemy that made him feel hopeless, Fong Ping could slash him a few hundred times with 4 consecutive slashes. Yang Xiaoman looked angry. She obviously did not believe him. Seeing that, Fong Ping did not say anything else. As he walked back, he said, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. Anyway, I won't risk my life for you if I don't do something for you. Fong Ping, you're too realistic. We won't beg you even if we die. Yang Xiaoman said angrily. If Fong Ping did not say that he would give them things, they would definitely repay him if he really saved them. Now, however, Fong Ping was being so realistic. It made them feel bad. Fong Ping did not utter a word. What did she know? If he was not realistic, where would he get the capital to save them? It was already very late when he returned to the dormitory. Not long after he entered, there was a knock on the door. Fang Ping opened the door. Fu Changding was standing outside, smiling. "Want a drink?" As he said that, he raised the wine bottle in his hand. Without waiting for Fang Ping's reply, Fu Changding squeezed his way in and sat down. He chuckled. "Martial artists don't drink, but I remember that my grandfather and the others would drink a little every time they went down to the catacombs. Who knew if there would still be a tomorrow? I didn't understand before, but I do now. This morning, my father gave me a call and told me that if I died in the catacombs, he would give me 8 or 10 younger brothers and sisters to avenge me. Tell me he's already so old. Yet he still wants 8 or 10 younger brothers and sisters. Isn't my father shameless enough?" Fang Ping chuckled. He took out 2 cups from the cupboard and joked. "I'm just afraid that your mother didn't give birth to your younger siblings, and your old man is purposely finding an excuse to bring your younger siblings home. Get lost. My father wouldn't dare. He's only peak rank 3. My mother is rank 4. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Ping almost choked to death. What was going on? Were women stronger these days? He remembered that Guo Sheng's mother was slightly stronger than his father. Your father is only rank 3? What do you mean, only rank 3? Fu Changding was speechless. Do you think it's that easy to enter the middle ranks? The next 10 years will be the time when our martial arts will improve the fastest. It's normal for us to improve by leaps and bounds at this time, but in the later stages, it'll depend on time. It's not that easy to enter the middle ranks. I think I'll be a middle-ranked martial artist by next semester." Fu Changding was speechless. How could he refute that? Without another word, Fu Changding picked up the glass and downed it in one gulp. Then he said, "Mother of asterisk cur, it tastes terrible." He thought the wine tasted good, but he realized that it tasted terrible. Fang Ping could not stop laughing. He took a sip too, savoring the aftertaste. "Good wine. I haven't had it in a long time." "You've had it before? Do you think I'm like you, a hothead?" "You speak as if you're much older than me." Both of them talked and chatted. It was also Fang Ping's first time finding out about Fu Changding's family. The Fu family was considered a prominent family in capital city. His grandfather was a rank 6. He was not at peak, but a rank 6 was already a powerhouse. He was a department leader at Capital City Martial Arts University. Fang Ping was surprised. It was the first time he found out that Fu Changding's grandfather was an instructor at CCMAU. This kid did not apply for CCMAU, but MCMAU. What was this? The rebellion of 3 generations of martial artists? Seeing Fang Ping's surprise, Fu Changding laughed through a drunken hiccup. "What am I? My grandfather is an instructor, not the vice-chancellor or vice-chancellor. Chun Yunqi's family is the interesting one. Did you know that her grandfather is the vice-chancellor of SCMAU? What? SCMAU is one of the martial arts universities in the 8-School Alliance. Her grandfather is the vice-chancellor, but she didn't apply for SCMAU. What's wrong with me applying for MCMAU? My grandfather said that people like us shouldn't die in front of our eyes, even if we die. You don't understand. Many of the instructors' sons and daughters don't apply for the martial arts universities their fathers are in. Tell me, if one day you die in battle in front of them, how terrible would it be? Your instructor is like that. If his daughter had not died in battle in front of Vice-Chancellor Wu, things would not have turned out this way. It's the same for us. It's better to die in another school than in front of our family." Fang Ping found it hard to understand, but he could understand. He would rather his juniors die somewhere else. No matter how painful it was after they died in battle, it would not be more painful than seeing their family die in front of them. That makes sense. That's... Fu Changding smiled dizzily. Actually, when I was young, my grandfather objected to me practicing martial arts. When I was in high school, my grandfather also said that I wouldn't apply for a martial arts university. I couldn't accept it. Why? That's why I insisted on practicing martial arts. I insisted on applying for a martial arts university. I even wanted to go to MCMAU, which is as famous as CCMAU. When I found out about the catacombs, I suddenly realized that he was afraid that I would die. But I feel that it's nothing. It's really nothing. I can die without regrets if I learn the truth in the morning. The path of martial arts is exciting, but the catacombs might be even more exciting. It's another world, a different world. If I don't go and experience it once in this lifetime, I won't be satisfied even if I die. Fong Ping took a sip and said lightly, "It's better to be alive than dead." No one wants to die. I still want to become a grandmaster. My grandfather didn't, so I have to become a grandmaster. But, Fong Ping, I'm suddenly afraid. I'm afraid that I'll really die. Tell me, will I die? Fu Chongding was really drunk. He said sorrowfully, "There are so many rank 2 martial artists entering the catacombs at this time. It's already very chaotic. If we encounter danger, we won't be able to protect them." Big Lion aside, even if all the MCMAU instructors go, they won't be able to protect us if there's a big battle. Then we'll work hard to survive. Yes, work hard to survive. Fu Chongding drank another cup. There were no dishes. The 2 of them drank just like that. That night, many places were like this. Some people were drinking alone, while others were silently writing their wills. Would they die? No one knew. However, on the day they became martial artists, on the day they found out about the catacombs, everyone understood that this was the fate of powerhouses. There were no powerhouses who did not go to the catacombs. In the vast Sino nation, or even the whole world, there were no powerhouses who did not go to the catacombs. Even if those casual martial artists really reached that realm, they had no choice but to go. This was their responsibility and also their obligation, unless you chose to betray and join a cult. Fong Ping was also a little drunk. It was not the wine that intoxicated him. Chapter 233, 20th of June. MCMAU's auditorium. 97 students, all fully armed. Tang Fong, 1 rank 5 and 3 rank 4 instructors, a total of 5 instructors, were also fully armed, ready to enter the catacombs. Most of the team of 100 were rank 2 martial artists. This was the first time in many years that MCMAU had sent such a lineup into the catacombs. The 3 grandmasters, the old Vice-Chancellor Wu Quishan and Huang Jing, were all present. All of you are the backbone of MCMAU, the backbone of Sino Nation. The old Vice-Chancellor's tone was sonorous and powerful as he said loudly, "I hope that all of you can return safely. I hope that one day all of you can enter the higher ranks. I hope that your achievements will be in the future, not now. However, blindly protecting and blindly escaping will not make you a powerhouse. If it's possible, I don't want to see the young you appear in the catacombs battlefield. But now the catacombs are attacking fiercely. As elites, as martial artists, you have the duty and responsibility to go to the catacombs. Duty, duty. Maybe you think that this is not your responsibility, nor is it your mission. You are still so young, but we are martial artists. Remember, martial artists, that is responsibility and duty. Drinking white dew in the morning and sleeping in the sunset, that is what immortals do, not martial artists. Today, I will send all of you off and await your return." The old Vice-Chancellor said the last sentence very loudly, his hunched back straightening. Tang Feng's expression was stern as he said loudly, "Depart!" All the instructors who came to send them off, including the 3 grandmasters, straightened their backs, crossed their chests with their right hands, and gave everyone a martial arts salute. All the students felt their emotions surging. They returned the salute and strode with their heads held high, turning around and following Tang Feng, walking out together. Outside the auditorium, everyone boarded the buses. The old Vice-Chancellor and the others did not send them off, but their gazes were fixed on the buses, their emotions complicated. Year after year, again and again. Farewell, farewell. Perhaps it was also an eternal farewell. Young prodigies died in battle in foreign lands, their corpses nowhere to be found. How many people in the world knew? How heartless the heavens are! The old vice-chancellor looked up at the sky and sighed. MCMAU had been established for 60 years, and he had stayed in MCMAU for 60 years. In these 60 years, he had seen too many ups and downs, life and death parting. However, every time he saw these youngsters dying in a foreign land, he couldn't help but feel sorrow in his heart. "Teacher, this is fate," Huang Jing murmured. "No, this is not fate. Martial artists don't believe in fate." All of a sudden, the old vice-chancellor's aura exploded. His figure grew taller, and he bellowed, "It's because our generation is too weak. We can't pacify the catacombs, and we've left the future trouble to our descendants." There were very few entrances to the catacombs back then. If they could be pacified, things wouldn't have turned out this way. "I've already decided that if the situation continues to worsen, we old bastards will pacify this cave before we die. A new entrance is the most suitable. Principal." "Teacher," everyone present cried out in surprise. It would take at least 3 to 5 months for the new entrance to appear. From today onwards, Vice-Chancellor Wu will be in charge of MCMAU. Dean Huang will be the Vice-Chancellor and Dean of the School of Weaponry. Tang Feng and Li Changsheng will be the Deputy Deans of the School of Weaponry. Principal, the old Vice-Chancellor straightened his back and said with a murderous aura, "I've lived for 80 years. It's enough. I've always been plagued with injuries. Even if I don't die now, I won't live for more than a few years. I'll kill every one of them." Everyone couldn't help but feel sorrow in their hearts. Rank 8 Grandmasters were also known as Vajra powerhouses. How could a Vajra body not live for more than a few years after mastering it? Rank 8 Vajra bodies had yet to reach the limit of their lifespan. The oldest rank 8 Grandmaster today was more than 130 years old. Yet he could still fight well. The old Vice-Chancellor had just turned 80, but he was already plagued with injuries. His Vajra body was close to being worn out. All of this stemmed from his many years in the catacombs. The old Vice-Chancellor stopped narrating. He looked at Huang Jing and said, "You go." Huang Jing nodded slightly, sighed softly, and left in a flash. This time, he also wanted to enter the catacombs to protect them. 100 rank, 2 and 3 martial artists. After graduating from the senior year, most of MCMAU's elites would be gathered here. If they were all wiped out, MCMAU would not be able to recover for a few years. In the car, everyone's emotions were still surging. 3 high grandmasters and dozens of middle-ranked instructors were sending them off. How magnificent! Tang Feng, however, was silent. He did not make a sound. After driving for more than 10 minutes, the car suddenly stopped. Only then did Tang Feng say in a low voice, "Get out of the car. Check your luggage. Don't bring any useless trash. It'll only add to your load." Everyone got out of the car. As soon as they got out, they raised their heads to look. What greeted their eyes was a restricted military area made of barbed wire and electric fences that stretched as far as the eye could see. There was a sentry every few steps. Soldiers armed with guns were everywhere. Inside the barbed wire, everyone glanced around. Tanks could be seen everywhere, almost without any concealment. Cannons and rocket launchers could also be seen from the various fortifications. These were all military forces that could be seen. Tang Feng did not say anything. He led everyone toward the main door. The defense at the door was also extremely tight. Fang Ping felt waves of threat and pressure. Inside there were guns and even cannons aimed at them. Moreover, at the door, there were a few martial artists with strong vitality scanning everyone vigilantly. They were not lower than rank 3, and their auras were fierce. Magic City Martial Arts University, School of Weaponry Tang Feng, bringing MCMAU special training class to apply to enter the catacombs. ID entry order. The person who was going through the exchange with Tang Feng was a middle-ranked martial artist. In the eyes of Fong Ping and the other's vitality was strong, not any weaker than Tang Feng's. Tang Feng meticulously took out his ID, the school's application documents, and the military department's approval of the entry documents. The other party checked them one by one, then nodded and signaled for Tang Feng to enter. When Tang Feng and the other instructors entered, it was Fong Ping and the others' turn. They still had to check their IDs and even their bags. The soldiers doing the inspection were meticulous, checking everyone strictly against their IDs. In the team, Fu Changding asked curiously, "So strict?" "Zhao," Lei said lightly, "shouldn't it be? It should be to prevent evil sects from sneaking in." As he spoke, some of the items in the bags of the people in front were immediately seized. "Don't bring your cell phone. It's useless even if you bring it in. You don't have to bring any technological products. The only use is to increase the other party's spoils. As for clothes, it's enough to bring a change of clothes. You're not going on a vacation. As for food, mainly rely on pills, raw food, or by basic energy stones. When you enter the catacombs, you can use them as fire energy." The military officer who had exchanged with Tang Feng earlier said a few words. When everyone was done with the inspection, the military officer and the other soldiers with determined expressions gave Fong Ping and the others a military salute. "This time, we're going to fight to protect our country, to fight for humanity, and to return in triumph. Return in triumph." The sonorous roar stirred up everyone's emotions again. The soldiers did not lower their arms, even as they watched Fong Ping and the others enter the depths of the base. These were catacombs martial artists. In the outside world, martial artists were divided into vitality martial artists and combat martial artists. As for them, they were divided into the outside world martial artists and the catacombs martial artists. Only those who fought their way into the catacombs were true heroes. We haven't even entered the catacombs yet, but we suddenly feel like we have a huge responsibility. I feel completely different. That's right. Along the way, Grandmaster sent us off and soldiers saluted us. It's giving me a lot of pressure. The wind is howling, the water is cold. Before the person who was muttering these words could finish his sentence, he was punched and kicked by the people in front and behind him, shutting him up instantly. Fong Ping did not say anything and continued to walk forward with the team. Along the way, the interior of the base was also heavily guarded. There were sentries everywhere and everyone carried guns. Martial artists could be seen everywhere. From time to time, small troops could be seen retreating from the depths. These troops were completely different from the ones Fong Ping usually saw. Their murderous aura was awe-inspiring. Many of them still had bloodstains on their bodies. Perhaps they had just retreated from the battlefield. In their hands, they also carried standard weapons. There were spearmen, sabers, and Fong Ping even saw shield men. After watching for a while, Fong Ping suddenly whispered, "We're lacking archers." Tang Feng, who was walking in front, said mildly, "In the catacombs troops, only martial artists are equipped with archers." "Why? Normal people don't have enough vitality. When the bow and arrow leave their body, the vitality force can't last long. The lethality is not even as good as throwing a rock." Vitality force. Fong Ping understood a little. In the catacombs, humans mainly relied on vitality force to kill their opponents. When the bow and arrow left their body, aspiring martial artists had weak vitality. It was difficult for these long-range weapons to be attached with vitality force. Martial artists, on the other hand, were much stronger. The base was huge. After walking for another 5 to 6 minutes, they finally reached their destination. It was a metal hall that was even more heavily guarded. Here, there were still many soldiers on guard. At the same time, there were many more martial artists. When Fong Ping and the others arrived, everyone saluted. Some of the nervous students also returned the martial arts salute. Tang Feng and the other party talked for a while. Soon, a seamless alloy door inside the metal hull opened slowly. This is the door that leads underground. It's also the last line of defense. As for whether it's useful or not, it's hard to say. Tang Feng explained emotionlessly. At this moment, everyone had already stepped into a long, underground passageway. There was no one on either side of the passageway, but Fang Ping could still feel a strong sense of danger. The entrance to the catacombs is just ahead. Everyone stay alert. Following Tang Feng's words, everyone continued forward. Soon, a figure appeared in front of them. At the entrance to the catacombs, Fang Ping and the others were not the only passageway. There were several other passageways that led to this place from other places. Just as Fang Ping and the others walked out of the passageway, they entered a huge and spacious hall. In the middle of the hall, a huge display was erected. Urgent need for energy stones. Unlimited purchase. The third defense entrance is in danger. Middle-ranked martial artists are urgently needed for defense. Purchasing hearts of rank, 6 martial artists. Peak rank. 5 ancient crocodile discovered 60 kilometers away from the stronghold. Recruiting 3 rank 5 martial artists to form a team to capture and kill. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted by the display. Tang Feng said lightly, "Just like our mission system, most of the martial arts university missions come from here." Everyone understood. At this time, there were other people in the hall. Seeing Fang Ping and the others rushing in, someone recognized Tang Feng and could not help but laugh. "Instructor Tang, there's so many MCMAU students entering this time?" "Yes." Rank 2 martial artists. Someone felt the vitality of the rank 2 martial artists in the group and frowned slightly. "Letting rank 2 martial artists enter. It's dangerous." "It's not that bad yet. These little guys, go back and cultivate for a few years first." Everyone spoke up one after another. Tang Feng replied, "Familiarize yourself with the environment. Mainly move around within 30 kilometers. Things haven't been so good lately. They'll have to come in eventually." Sigh. Someone sighed, but did not say anything else. Tang Feng did not linger in the hall. He continued walking forward, and everyone followed. Along the way, Fang Ping also saw some familiar faces. "The host from Magic City TV station? It's him. I didn't expect him to look so gentle normally, but when I saw him, he was full of murderous intent. That's Heavenly Queen Chin. I didn't expect her to be so good at singing and killing people." Everyone discussed in hushed voices. The Heavenly Queen star they were talking about also turned her head to look at them, nodded slightly and chuckled. "Safe return." As she said this, Fang Ping saw that she was carrying an unknown creature's corpse in her hands. He scratched his head. He was not used to it, other than these people. Fang Ping also saw many soldiers passing by. When they saw Fang Ping and the others, they still saluted meticulously, even if their bodies were covered in blood and their injuries were not light. After more than a minute, everyone arrived at the end. An incomparably huge alloy door blocked everyone's way. The door was bronze in color and close to 10 meters tall. It was connected to the surrounding alloy walls. At this moment, there was only a small door about the height of a person on the door. The small door was open, but it was difficult to see what was behind it. Fang Ping murmured, "Is this the entrance to the catacombs?" Tang Feng explained, "We built this door. The entrance to the catacombs was originally a passageway similar to a space vortex. This door was built entirely with A-class alloy. Even a high-ranked powerhouse would need a certain amount of time to break through. In reality, this is not a door, but a sealed house. Building such a door is also to defend against the invasion of the catacombs creatures. Of course, if they were to fight their way here, the situation would deteriorate completely. If we enter through the door, we will reach the catacombs world through the space passageway." As he explained, Fang Ping felt his way to the front of the door. He touched the ice-cold door, swallowed, and said, "A-class alloy!" Martial artists in the 3 lower ranks mainly used E and D-class alloy weapons. The 3 middle ranks on the other hand, used B and C-class alloy weapons. A-class was the material used by grandmasters in weapons. Of course, whether grandmaster powerhouses used them or not, Fong Ping and the others could only judge based on the situation. As for what kind of weapons they used, almost none of them had seen it. This thing was not on the exchange list, and they did not know the price. However, D-class alloy cost 20 credits per kilogram. One could imagine how expensive A-class alloy was. More than 100 credits per kilogram. That was for sure. This was the least they could estimate. How heavy was this door? No, this was not a door. It was a house. In a place where Fong Ping and the others could not see, the back and sides were walls made of A-class alloy. 500,000 kilograms? Fong Ping made a rough estimate based on a scale. 500,000 kilograms was only 500 tons. For such a huge alloy house, it was not an overestimate. How much would it cost? Fong Ping could not even calculate it. Chapter 234. There were also martial artists standing guard at the main gate. No one stopped Fong Ping's actions. There were not many guards at the main gate. There were only 2 of them, and they were not young anymore. One of them was a middle-aged martial artist with a long scar running from his forehead to the corner of his mouth. Seeing Fong Ping touching the main gate in a daze, the fierce-looking, middle-aged scarred man laughed heartily and said, "Little guy, do you want to move away?" "Yes," Fong Ping answered in a carefree manner. The scarred man laughed again and teased, "Work hard if you want. When the Magic City Catacombs is conquered, this gate will be useless. Let's work together to tear it down." Fong Ping grinned and said, "I probably won't be interested in this gate when that time comes." Ha ha ha! The 2 gatekeeping martial artists laughed out loud. After a while, they said to Tang Fong, "They're all future pillars. Big Lion, be careful when you go in. I don't need you to teach me." Tang Feng's tone was not very friendly. His students were all here. How could they call him that? The 2 gatekeeping martial artists did not mind. The scarred man laughed and said, "Go in and come back from here. Come back alive. The older generation, our generation, it's worth it even if we die. You're still young. A bunch of chicks. You probably haven't even had the time to enjoy life. Are there women? Are there men? Let me tell you, that feeling is wonderful. Don't die so early, Lu Xiangping." Tang Feng frowned and scolded. The scarred man snorted and said, "What? Since when did martial artists become monks? Monks marry wives too. What, am I wrong?" "Shut up. Hurry up and let us in." Lu Xiangping chuckled for a while. Without delaying business, he began to check the IDs again. He even explained, "This is the first time. I'll know you next time. There's no need to check. There are a lot of rank, 2 martial artists. Is MCMAU abandoning its assets? Be careful when you go in. This is your first time entering. I don't expect you to kill the enemy. Don't try to show off. Just watch obediently. When you're strong enough, you'll be able to turn them upside down sooner or later." The scarred man was nagging, but everyone could hear the concern in his words. The older generation of martial artists was somewhat worried about the rank. 2 martial artists entering. After the Scarface man checked everyone's identification, he entered through the small door. Another cultivator outside the door explained, "Let's greet the other side. This is to prevent so many people from entering and creating chaos." Yang Xiaoman asked curiously, "Can we contact the people in the catacombs here?" "No, but at the entrance, there's a 9th grade great grandmaster who set up a setting. If you knock here, the people on the other side can feel the vibration. The number of knocks represents the number of people entering. None of this was a secret, so the gatekeeper didn't mind answering everyone's questions. Fong Ping was not curious about this. Instead, he asked with interest, "What does the passageway look like? Is it like the teleportation array? Wiz, we'll be there." "Ha ha ha. You'll know soon enough." The gatekeeper didn't explain. Soon, Scarface came out. "Go in." Tang Feng took the lead. "Follow me." Everyone followed suit. After passing through the small door, Fong Ping and the others saw the entrance to the catacombs for the first time. The so-called entrance to the catacombs was like a whirlpool in the water, suspended in midair. In the small space, an alloy staircase was built. The staircase was stained with blood. No one knew if it was not cleaned or if it was just stained today. There was light in the house, so it was not dark. Fong Ping raised his head and looked around. On the walls, there were some small holes. It was very likely to be a weapon launch port. Scarface followed them in. He looked at everyone and said, "You can go in now. Also, next time, don't touch anything in here without permission. It's very dangerous." After warning everyone, Scarface looked at Tang Fong. After a while, he said, "Come back safely." "Don't worry," Tang Fong responded. He stepped on the staircase and walked straight into the whirlpool. The other instructors shouted, "Follow him!" Everyone followed him. Fong Ping walked in front. Soon, he reached the edge of the whirlpool. He could not help but reach out and touch the whirlpool. As he touched it, half of his hand was suddenly gone. "Ah!" Fong Ping shouted. Everyone behind him suddenly tensed up. Fu Changding shouted, "What's wrong?" "His hand is broken? Retreat quickly." Fong Ping retracted his hand as if nothing had happened. He muttered, "Interesting. Did his arm pass through space?" Yang Xiaoman, who was standing beside him, suddenly kicked him without saying a word. The next moment, Fong Ping disappeared into the whirlpool. "This bastard!" Yang Xiaoman cursed. He was still trying to scare people at a time like this. Everyone laughed uncontrollably and stepped into the whirlpool one after another. F***CK. Fong Ping staggered and cursed. Then he looked up hurriedly. He did not see the so-called catacombs world. In front of him was a tunnel. The ground on both sides and above his head was not made of alloy or soil, but energy particles. Fong Ping's eyes moved slightly. He said with some shock, "An energy tunnel." He had captured energy particles before. He could feel the energy in the tunnel. He had never thought that energy particles could materialize and form a tunnel after they were gathered. When Fong Ping captured the energy particles, he captured them one by one. However, this tunnel had already solidified. This was the difference between a dust particle and a mountain. At this moment, Tang Fong and the others were in front. Hearing Fong Ping's exclamation, Tang Fong raised his eyebrows. "You can tell." "Of course. It's just the solidification of energy particles. Such obvious energy. Of course I can feel it. I don't know if I can capture it. Don't mess around," Tang Fong warned. "Although I don't think you can destroy the tunnel. Don't use your mentality to capture energy particles here. The inside of the tunnel is sometimes unstable. Grandmasters can use their mentality to stir the energy tunnel slightly. When many grandmasters work together, they can make the tunnel riot for a short period of time. At this time, no one can travel between the two worlds. This is also the best choice humans can make when they have no other choice. Tiannan's catacombs entrance used this method. This method meant that they had given up everything in the catacombs. The next time Tiannan's tunnel entrance recovered, it would not be just a matter of danger anymore. The tunnel could be full of catacombs creatures. Once they entered, they would probably die. Without a stronghold in the catacombs, humans would be at an absolute disadvantage in the catacombs war. Tianan gave up the stronghold built with the blood of countless predecessors. It had to be said that such a decision was too painful. One could also imagine what kind of crisis Tianan faced in the past that made them choose to do this. When Tiannan's catacombs entrance opened again, perhaps the catacombs creatures would enter the surface and fight with humans. The battlefield would most likely be on Earth. Fong Ping did not use his mentality to capture it. In reality, he did not have this ability. These energy particles had solidified. This was equivalent to turning from dust into a boulder. How could Fong Ping shift them? "Instructor," Since the Grandmasters can stir the energy tunnel, why don't we just keep doing this? In Fong Ping's opinion, if they did this every time, the other party could not come and they could not enter. At most, they would be in a state of lockdown. Was this not better than the current situation? Tang Feng explained it won't work. In reality, the tunnel is becoming more and more stable. Those tunnels in Shishan can't be stirred at all. The energy in the tunnel has solidified. As time passed, it has become fixed. Tiannan can only do this because the tunnel was formed not too long ago. Magic City's tunnel was formed not too long ago. In the past, 1 or 2 Grandmasters might be able to stir the tunnel into chaos. Now, without more than 10 Grandmasters, it's impossible. If that's the case, then we can only choose to defend against the enemy. We don't want the battlefield to be on Earth. That would be a huge blow to us. Once the battlefield became Earth, humans would only suffer heavy losses if they could not kill the other party. Fong Ping understood. He sighed. The catacombs tunnel is sealed. Those who did not come out, they can't come back. Oh, Fong Ping quietened down. He remembered that old Wang's instructor was trapped in Tiannan's catacombs. Zhao Xuemei's father also died in the catacombs. His corpse could not be brought back. Now that the entrance to Tiannan's catacombs was sealed, his corpse might not be found anymore. As for humans who were trapped in the catacombs, how could they survive? There was no stronghold over there. Facing the catacombs army, other than death, what else could they do? While they were talking, the others entered one after another. Seeing the tunnel in front of them, everyone's curiosity was aroused. They touched it and looked around like curious babies. Yu Xianghua touched it and asked curiously, "Instructor, is this tunnel long?" "Not long. Walk forward for about 1,000 meters, and you'll reach the entrance on the other side." "Instructor, does that mean that our 2 worlds are adjacent?" "It's just that this tunnel is connecting them now." Tang Feng was speechless. "I don't know." "Don't ask me such a profound question. Even grandmasters and experts from all over the world could not explain it clearly. How would he know? It's just a tunnel. Why are there so many questions? Let's go." "Stop looking." Tang Feng walked forward. Fong Ping asked, "Teacher, why is this passageway lit up?" "I don't know. You don't know either." Fong Ping was speechless. After thinking for a while, he explained to himself, "It should be caused by the solidification of energy." "Yes, I remember now. Energy ores are also a manifestation of energy accumulation. Energy ores with high purity are also very bright. The tunnel can be said to have 100% energy purity. That's why it's so bright," Fong Ping thought diversely. "The catacombs don't have a sun. No, I should say that the catacombs sun is a solid high purity energy, or no wonder it can light up the catacombs. Then why does the catacombs have night? Energy, or shouldn't be like this. Or the catacombs energy sun actually has 2 sides. One is energy and the other is other matter. It's in a state of rotation which causes night and day." Tang Feng did not say a word. The rank 5 instructor laughed and said, "Fong Ping, you haven't even seen the catacombs yet, and you've already made such a judgment. That's very impressive. The experts have also guessed so. Of course, because there's no actual proof, we can't confirm its authenticity for now. However, your judgment should be close to the truth." Fong Ping laughed and said, "Instructor Zheng, I think I'm very smart too. Do you think MCMAU will become stronger if I take charge?" Everyone fell silent. Tang Feng still did not say a word. The middle-aged man who was addressed as Instructor Zheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "You're thinking a little too far ahead." "Instructor, I think it's not too far away. I'm upper stage rank 3 now. Maybe I'll be rank 4 soon. Next year, rank 5 or 6. The year after that, I'll be a grandmaster." Silence. Tang Feng could not help but scold him. "You bastard. After hearing you say that, I feel like grandmasters are everywhere. I, Tang Feng, haven't even become a grandmaster. Fang Ping curled his lips. He secretly calculated for a while. Is there any chance of becoming a grandmaster the year after? If there's a chance, remember to beat up Big Lion the year after that. The other instructors could not help but laugh. The students were also speechless. Fang Ping was really thinking too far ahead. Some people in the class had only just found out that Fang Ping had reached upper stage, rank 3. Their expressions kept changing. This guy, his breakthrough was too fast. Zhang Ziwei had a bad feeling about this. Could Xie Lei really suppress Fang Ping? If Fang Ping left the catacombs, Xie Lei would definitely fight him. There were many reasons for this. The conflict of interests between the Martial Arts Society and the Ping Yuan Club, the fight between thrice-honed martial artists, the grudge of Fang Ping beating up Zhang Ziwei, and the fight for the future leader of MCMEU students. It could be said that even if they did not want to fight, the school would let them. Now, Fang Ping had actually stepped into upper stage rank 3. This speed was too fast. The difference between upper stage and peak rank 3 was not too big. Below upper stage was the real dividing line. A distance of 1,000 meters was very short for martial artists. Soon, everyone reached the end of the passageway. At the end, there were also people waiting. They were soldiers. Seeing Tang Feng and the others, one of the middle-aged, elegant martial artists with a dignified appearance and a majestic aura said with a smile, "Mad Lion, you're personally leading the team this time." General Su. Tang Feng showed slight respect, a rare smile on his face. He replied, "I've troubled you this time." "What are you talking about?" The military department also has the greatest respect for MCMAU students. All these years, if it weren't for you, Magic City's catacombs would have fallen long ago. General Su said with a smile, "We'll talk outside." "Here. Sometimes I'm really worried that the passageway will collapse, but I can't wait for it to happen. My feelings are complicated, so I won't chat here." If the passageway collapsed, perhaps this battle that sacrificed countless people would not have to be fought anymore. As he spoke, General Su stepped out of the passageway and disappeared from everyone's sight. Fang Ping looked back and said suddenly, "The passageway between the two worlds is so close. If they really hit the passageway, we won't be able to stop them." Tang Feng said calmly, "That's why, in order to protect the passageway, the land in front has long been dyed red by the blood of generations." Everyone was speechless, lost for words. Dozens of seconds later, when Fang Ping stepped out of the vortex and entered another alloy house. The house was not big. Everyone hurried out. The moment they walked out, Fang Ping and the others were a little dazed. No one looked at the buildings, the hurrying soldiers, the passing martial artists. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the huge sun in the sky. Very big, unlike Earth. Earth's sun was also very big. After all, it was a star much bigger than Earth. However, in everyone's eyes, no matter how big it was, it still seemed small because of the distance. However, the sun of the catacombs seemed to be hanging above everyone's head, looking especially huge. "So big, so ugly," the girls added. Such a big sun, no matter how they looked at it, it was ugly and uncoordinated. In front, General Su and Tang Feng stood side by side, looking at the students looking up at the sky. General Su chuckled. "They're all children," Tang Feng said gloomily. "They're also martial artists." "Martial artists," General Su murmured, sighed softly, and said inaudibly, "Try to let them go back alive." "We will. This is just a trial." There are no trials in the catacombs. Chapter 235. Hope City. This was the name of the stronghold. Everyone called this place Hope City, the hope of mankind, the hope of martial artists and everyone else. Hope City was right under Fang Ping's feet. This was a small city paved with blood, or rather, a military town. It was more than 5,000 meters long, 4,000 meters wide, more than 20 million square meters, and more than 20 square kilometers. In reality, it was about the same size as Magic City Martial Arts University. There were more than 50,000 soldiers stationed here. During wartime, external forces would be stationed, more than 100,000 people, and a portion of them would be stationed outside the small city. Military camps were built in front and on the sides of Hope City, and there were also some troops stationed there. Hope City's main gate faced north. If one walked straight from the north gate without making any detours, Skygate City would be 80 kilometers away. Humans' military camps were limited to a radius of 10 kilometers. Sometimes they would periodically sweep the catacombs, humans and creatures within 30 kilometers. After 30 kilometers, they would be in Skygate City's territory. Inside the small city, the layout was simple and so were the buildings. As a military town, everything was in the service of war. There were no skyscrapers, only houses made of huge stones or metal. They were all low-rise buildings, the tallest of which would not exceed 3 stories. The military was stationed in the northern part of the city, which was directly facing Skygate City. The other 3 sides also had military camps, but not as many as the northern part. After martial artists entered, they were arranged to be in the center of the city, which was divided into a few small areas. At this moment, it had been an hour since Fong Ping and the others entered the catacombs. Everyone gathered in a large, empty conference room that looked like an abandoned factory. Calling it a conference room was an exaggeration. Fong Ping felt a little helpless. It would not be too troublesome to bring in some tables and chairs from the outside world, would it? Why did he have to stand? Why bother? Yes, everyone could only stand. Of course, if you sat on the ground, no one would stop you. Welcome, students. General Su, full name Su Mafu, was the highest-ranking person in charge of Magic City Catacombs Military Department, a peak rank 6 martial artist. In reality, there were grandmasters in Magic City Catacombs, but daily military department affairs, including martial artists' arrangements and planning, were all handled by Su Mafu. This time, MCMAU had 100 student martial artists, which was also a big deal for Hope City. In Hope City, there were more than 50,000 military forces, including a military force of close to 5,000 martial artists, mostly rank 1. As for the warriors from the outside world, under normal circumstances, there would not be more than 3,000 people. Martial artists also needed to rest when it was not a great battle. There were no more than 8,000 martial artists in Hope City on a daily basis. Compared to Skygate City, the gap was not small. The opponent had 200,000 standing troops and close to 20,000 martial artists, not including the casual martial artists in Skygate City. Apart from the military department, only martial arts universities could gather a team of 100 martial artists. It would be difficult even for the local Department of Investigation Services. Rank 2 martial artists were not considered too weak. At the very least, they were stronger than some of the military department's martial artists. Of course, if they really encountered them, these rank 2 martial artists who entered the catacombs for the first time might not be a match for the military department's rank 1 martial artists. Su Mafu welcomed them, then said apologetically, "The conditions are simple and crude, and we are all martial artists, so we can skip the formalities. We only have one goal in Hope City." Su Mafu's voice deepened as he shouted, "Kill the enemy! 80 kilometers away from us is Skygate City." Every year, Skygate City would launch a military attack on Hope City. At most, it would be more than 10 times, at least 3 to 5 times. Every time, it would be a bloody battle. In addition, the catacombs humans in Skygate City are not part of the military system. These people would also attack Hope City and slaughter countless people. We are powerless to attack Skygate City, so we can only choose to defend. However, we will not sit and wait for death. We will let the scattered small troops and martial artist teams fight in the wild. 10 kilometers away from Hope City, you may encounter catacombs martial artists at any time. Small troops of the catacombs killing each other is the norm in the catacombs. Here, if you don't kill them, they will kill you. Once the other party's scattered troops and martial artists attack our line of defense, Skygate City will see the opportunity. Very soon, a large army will attack and a great war will break out. Since the end of last year until now, in the past half a year, the speed of Skygate City's war has been increasing. Both sides have already fought 6 times and countless small battles. Previously, the other party even had powerhouses rush into Hope City, break through the line of defense, and kill their way into the passageway entrance. Once these powerhouses rush out of the passageway, enter Earth, and enter Magic City, it will be a terrible disaster for mankind. Magic City is the most prosperous city in Sino Nation, with a population of tens of millions. When high-ranked powerhouses rush into the ground, we can't use powerful weapons of mass destruction to kill the other party. We can only let powerhouses fight, but it will also cause countless deaths and injuries. Therefore, cleaning up the other party's martial artists, including the troops, is our top priority. If a large number of people are mobilized, it means that a great war will break out. Actually, we don't want a large-scale war to break out. After all, there's a gap between our strength and the other parties. Using small teams of martial artists as a sharp knife to kill the catacombs' martial artists is what we have been doing for so many years. Therefore, martial artists are extremely important to the catacombs. The martial arts, university martial artists are strong, and they are a stimulant for us to win in a great war. Killing a middle-ranked martial artist from the other party is more inspiring than winning a great war, Sumafu spoke for a while, and finally said, this time when you enter the catacombs, your top priority is to familiarize yourself with the terrain and the environment. The military department will not assign any missions to you. But in the catacombs, when there is a great war, the martial artists in the city must obey the transfer orders. In the catacombs, other than killing the enemy, the other point is to explore. Exploring unknown areas, finding some useful materials, crafting weapons, crafting pills. This is also a contribution to mankind. However, I do not recommend that everyone explore the unknown areas now. If you are not middle-ranked, the unknown areas are extremely dangerous. Other than Skygate City in the north, there are other catacomb cities on both sides of Hope City. The military department does not wish to have a large-scale conflict with other cities now. Therefore, you can attack the villages outside the city, but without permission, you are not allowed to attack other cities. At this point, Tang Feng added, sometimes everyone hates the catacombs humans. This is understandable, but if you attack other cities rashly, if the catacomb cities come to a consensus and surround us, then Hope City will be in real danger. Don't lose sight of the bigger picture because of a small gain and cause irreparable losses. Instructor, if we meet people from other cities in the wild, kill them, Tang Feng said calmly. We do not attack them for the sake of the big picture, but if we meet them in the wild, then we kill them. Moreover, it is difficult to tell where these martial artists are from. If we meet the catacombs humans in the wild, there is only one word for us: kill. As he said that, Tang Feng continued, this time, a team of 100 people will be too conspicuous. For the first 3 days, we will familiarize ourselves with the terrain and environment of Hope City and the surrounding 10 kilometers. We will know the military department's strongholds and martial artists' supply points within 10 kilometers. At this time, our safety is guaranteed. After 3 days, I will bring everyone out of Hope City's radiation range and explore within 30 kilometers. This will last for a week. After 10 days, everyone will be free to do whatever you want. Whether it is participating in the battle in the wild, exploring the surrounding areas, or even exploring unknown areas, I will not stop you. Even participating in the military department's cooperative battle is fine. The duration is still 10 days. After 20 days, we will leave the catacombs. Everyone understood and also knew the next arrangements. Fang Ping did not care about this. He asked hurriedly, Instructor, does everything we get from the catacombs belong to us? Of course. Is there an energy mine nearby? Tang Feng was stunned for a moment. Su Mafu could not help but laugh, chuckling. Yes, 70 kilometers north from here, there is a small energy mine. Although it is a small one, the number of source stones is probably no less than 1,000 kilograms. In terms of purity, it is not too low. Fong Ping calculated silently. The value of energy stones was calculated by the gram. 1,000 kilograms, that would be 1,000,000 grams. Even the purest energy stone was worth 1,000,000 credits. Of course, Fong Ping was not stupid. After some thought, he suddenly said, 70 kilometers north? Isn't that about 10 kilometers away from Skygate City? Yes, and there are 5 Skygate City high-ranked martial artists guarding there. The corner of Fong Ping's mouth twitched. How many? 5 high-ranked martial artists? He remembered Old Man Li saying that there were currently 14 known high-ranked powerhouses in Skygate City. This energy mine actually had 5 of them. If that was the case, he should just take a detour. Moreover, it was too close to the city. 10 kilometers. Almost all high-ranked powerhouses could use flight step. In the blink of an eye, you might be surrounded by 14 high-ranked martial artists, including the rank 9 Skygate City Castellan. Even if Commander Li from the military department came, he might not be able to successfully rob the other party. Su Mafu saw that he was silent and laughed again. Actually, it's probably a trap. The energy mine has long been mined. The other party is baiting us. When we first discovered that there were 5 high-ranked martial artists guarding there, it was also an accident. Otherwise, we might really let the Grandmasters ambush us. That's why don't underestimate the catacombs martial artists. Grandmasters were very mobile. If they ambushed them, there was still hope that they could mine a batch of energy stones and escape before Skygate City could react. However, the other party was not stupid. They had probably predicted that humans would be interested in the energy stones and deliberately set up a bait. Are there any other places? I don't know. Su Mafu laughed. Tang Feng was speechless. If the military department found out, they would have mined it themselves long ago. Would it even be your turn? Unless you find out for yourself, don't even think about it. Also, let me remind you, if you really find out, run away as soon as possible. Why? Tang Feng saw that he was looking at him suspiciously and said impatiently, the energy mine is a place where energy is concentrated. If you cultivate there, your speed will be amazing. Most of the unknown energy mines are occupied by powerful beasts. Why? Are you suspecting that I'll steal your credit? Tang Feng wanted to beat this guy up. What kind of look was that? I'm telling you not to look for trouble, understand? Fong Ping coughed dryly and nodded. It's indeed faster. When I entered the catacombs, I realized that my vitality is much more active. I couldn't completely separate it from my body before, but now I can. As he said this, Fong Ping purposely released a burst of vitality, condensing a blood-red glow in his hand. Su Mafu frowned slightly, then smiled and reminded him, student in the catacombs, every cal of vitality must be used sparingly. At critical moments, it can increase your chances of survival. Don't waste your vitality. Fong Ping followed the advice and nodded quickly. If Big Lion had said this, Fong Ping would have told him that he did not lack anything except vitality. Su Mafu coming out to greet everyone was also a way for the military department to express their importance. In reality, he was very busy. Soon, Su Mafu left. As soon as he left, Tang Feng said, everyone can walk around Hope City today. There are some good places here. Some are shops opened by martial artists, some are branches opened by some organizations. Fu Chongding was surprised. Branches here? It's very profitable. Tang Feng was a little envious. He explained some martial artists stay in the catacombs for a long time. They don't want to return to the surface. So some of the creatures they hunt, including the spoils from hunting martial artists, will be sold in the catacombs in exchange for resources they need. Companies set up branches here mainly to serve these people. There's a lot of buying and selling. Fong Ping complained, It's only about 1,000 meters away. They can just go out and sell it. From the city to the surface entrance, they only needed to go through the passageway. Tang Feng glanced at him and said, "Do you think anyone can go in and out of the passageway? You need to apply every time, and that includes waiting." Waiting. That's right. It's easier for martial artists from martial arts universities. 2 people can leave. Casual martial artists can only enter if they gather 10 people. Why? They're worried that someone will destroy the energy passageway. Tang Feng's expression was dark. Evil sect martial artists have done this before. They wanted to stir up an energy riot in the passageway and cut off the connection between the 2 sides. They wanted to completely destroy the human lives in the catacombs. F***CK, that's vicious. Fong Ping cursed. He then asked, "It didn't work, right?" No, the other party underestimated the stability of the energy passageway. The one who came was not a high rank but a middle rank. He was discovered and killed in the end. However, the military department is also worried that accidents will happen, so they will be slightly stricter with the examination of casual martial artists. Understood. Between the questions and answers, everyone had also figured out some of the rules of the catacombs. Tang Feng announced the end of the meeting. Everyone immediately became lively. 10 minutes later, Fong Ping and the freshman walked out to the streets together. "There's a hotel, too." Fu Changding's face was full of surprise. He pointed at a 2-story building not far away and said, "Jinjiang Hotel. Even a chain store has opened here." Fong Ping's heart skipped a beat. He mumbled, "There's a hotel. The delivery service must be good. Look, that's a branch of the pill company. They stole my business. What a pity. A bicycle service center." Fong Ping mumbled again. "Shared bicycles?" "No, it's a modern horse carriage company. This business has also been stolen." "There's a barber shop here, too?" "There's no beauty shop. Business should be bad." They wandered around for more than half an hour. They had explored more than half of the small Hope City. At this time, everyone realized a serious problem. Fu Changding rubbed his stomach and said dryly, "Where do we eat?" Everyone looked at each other. He did not say, "How about we eat at a hotel?" This was Yang Xiaoman's suggestion. Fong Ping said dryly, "I didn't bring any money. Who's treating?" Everyone went into the catacombs. Who would bring money? Chen Yunqi said softly, "I'll treat." "Let's go to a hotel." Fong Ping was instantly energized. He also wanted to see what good food there was in the catacombs. He also wanted to see if the delivery service here would work. Distance had to expand its business. As for other things, he would think about it when the time came. Anyway, everyone's mission for the next few days was to familiarize themselves with the environment. Fong Ping was not in a hurry. He could also practice his combat techniques. If he went out to explore the area or do missions without familiarizing himself with the place, that would be suicide. Chapter 236. Hotel. Although it was called a big hotel, it could not be compared to the outside. However, compared to the place where everyone had their previous meeting, the hotel's environment was much better. At least, there were no lack of tables and chairs, and they were all modern ones. The interior was also renovated. Naturally, it was not as good as the stars, but it was much better than the average roadside stall. Inside the hotel, there was no luxurious lighting equipment. Instead, there were round, man-made crystals inlaid in the surroundings, giving people a sense of brightness and not feeling cramped. As soon as Fong Ping and the others entered, someone greeted them warmly. "Sir, madam, the private room upstairs, please." Fong Ping and the others followed them upstairs in a daze. In the private room on the 2nd floor, Fong Ping felt a sense of familiarity when he saw the glass window. However, when he picked up the menu, Fong Ping glanced at it and suddenly threw the menu to Chen Yunqi, saying, "You order, it's your treat." Chen Yunqi took the menu and glanced at it. Her face flushed immediately. Seeing that, the corner of Fong Ping's mouth twitched slightly. "So, Even a lady like you is scared? Without further ado, Fong Ping stood up and said, "Come, let's go back and eat." The female martial artist who had just brought them upstairs frowned slightly, but quickly smiled and said, "It's your first time here, so you probably don't know the situation here. In the catacombs, food is a luxury. Here, you can't use fire or electricity. Preparing cooked food requires energy stones to activate energy cooking. As for energy stones, even the worst ones are not cheap. I'm sure you all know this. Also, bringing large amounts of daily necessities here is actually very difficult to pass the military department's review. The military department does not approve of excessive enjoyment in the catacombs. When you came in, other than some military biscuits and pills, I think everything else has been detained, right? Therefore, if you want to eat something good here, you have to find it in the wild. Also, the animals and plants in the catacombs have a certain amount of energy in their bodies because they are exposed to the large energy stone sun all year round." Fong Ping waited for her to speak for a while, then interrupted. "So the food is extremely expensive." Fong Ping was speechless. It was not extremely expensive, it was extremely expensive. They did not accept credit cards to eat here, they could not. However, they accepted cash, pills, and energy stones. Fong Ping skimmed through the list. It was mainly calculated by pills, with vitality pills as the main ingredient. A dish usually required 3 to 5 normal vitality pills. Fong Ping and the others ate to their heart's content. A single meal would cost at least 30 to 50 normal vitality pills. No matter how rich Qinyanshi was, it was impossible for her to bring too many pills into the catacombs. Moreover, pills were used to save lives. Without another word, Fong Ping got up and walked out. The others were a little embarrassed, but Qinyanshi was even more so. Her face was so red that it was scary. How embarrassing! He said that he would treat them to a meal, but they were all scared away by the price. Outside, even if a meal really cost millions, she could still afford it. But who would bring cash in here? He had a limited amount of pills on him. He couldn't possibly spend all of them just for a meal, right? Fong Ping walked out casually, while the others ran for their lives. The female martial artist who received them felt slightly regretful, but she didn't say anything. Of course, she didn't dare to say anything. The martial artists who entered the catacombs came in pairs. They were so young that almost all of them were martial arts university students. Martial arts universities, whether in the catacombs or in the outside world, were big shots. The number of martial artists in martial arts universities, including their graduates, was much more than the military department. Countless big shots had graduated from martial arts universities. The consequences of finding trouble with martial arts university students for trivial matters were unpredictable. After leaving the hotel, Qinyanshi said awkwardly, Actually, we can have a meal." Fong Ping pursed his lips. "Forget it. We haven't earned any money yet. That's not in line with our original intentions. If we really earned a lot of money, we'll have a meal. For now, we'll just go back and eat our rations." As they walked back, Fong Ping looked around. From time to time, he saw small teams of soldiers patrolling the streets. At this moment, the north gate not far from them suddenly opened. Very quickly, Fong Ping and the others heard someone discussing, "Is that Yao Changjun?" "It's him. So what if he's back?" It's quite a scene. The few people strolling by the road were also very young. They were probably from martial arts universities. As for whether they were from MCMAU or other martial arts universities, Fong Ping and the others could not tell. Fong Ping and the others did not think much of it. As they were about to leave, a sudden shout came from the north gate. "Victory! Victory!" The orderly and powerful shouts came from the soldiers and martial artists who were stationed at the top of the city wall. Very quickly, the news from the north gate came like a whirlwind. "Commander Yao has killed countless enemies during his trip this time. He has killed a rank 5 powerhouse and 5 rank 4 powerhouses." He has killed a small team of Skygate City Scouts. Commander Yao has gone on a few missions recently and has killed many of them. He deserves his reputation as the number one of the younger generation. Someone was not convinced. That's because a few rank 5 powerhouses from our martial arts university have graduated and gone to that place. You said it yourself. If they graduate, then they're not considered people from martial arts universities anymore. Besides, Yao Qingjun has just achieved peak rank 4. No one from martial arts universities can beat him in rank 4, right? Humph. CCMAU's Li Hansong, NMAU's Wang Jinyang, MCMAU's Chen Wenlong, SNMAU's Lu Shiji, none of them are weaker than him. Next to him, Fang Ping seemed to have thought of something. He turned his head to look at the others and said, Yao Qingjun, when we entered the special training class, he was first on the ranking list of the 3 lower ranks, right? At that time, to prepare for the championship, they had participated in the special training class. The school had given them a ranking list. Fang Ping remembered that Wang Jinyang was ranked 27th at that time. Yao Qingjun seemed to be the number 1 person in the 3 lower ranks at that time. That was the ranking list of the 3 lower ranks in the entire Sino nation. The others had heard about it too. MCMAU's Chen Wenlong was ranked 16th at that time, slightly higher than Wang Jinyang. CCMAU's Li Hansong seemed to be ranked even higher than Chen Wenlong. That ranking list was seen not long after school started. Now it had been almost a year since then. At that time, those people were all peak rank 3 martial artists. Moreover, they were a group of extremely strong peak rank 3 martial artists. Wang Jinyang's saber challenged the North, but he was only ranked 27th. It was clear that the ranking list was very valuable. Now, from what the others were saying, Yao Qingjun had already achieved peak rank 4. This speed was extremely fast. Wang Jinyang, whose bone marrow had turned jade-like, seemed to have only achieved upper stage rank 4. He might not even have achieved upper stage yet. As for that Li Hansong, he had heard from CEO Jiang of the New Martial Fund that he was an upper stage rank for martial artist. Zhao Lei nodded slightly. It's him. I didn't expect him to be a lieutenant in the military department. I know him. You know him? I've had dealings with him before. He was my senior in high school. He was 2 grades higher than me. I was a freshman and he was a senior. At that time, he was an influential figure in our school. When I entered the school, he had already become a martial artist. During the Gaokao, he should have achieved middle stage rank 1 or even upper stage. However, I heard that he didn't go to a martial arts university. Instead, he went to the military school. The military school. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. He had some idea about this, but he did not know much about it. After thinking for a while, he said, I heard that the military department selects young people internally and sends them to the military school to be groomed together with the young soldiers of the army. Is this true? Zhao Lei was surprised. Shouldn't it be? There are so many martial artists in the military department. There must be some outstanding ones who are groomed as generals. It makes sense for them to enter the military school. There aren't many military schools in the military department, and they don't recruit students from the outside. I think there are only 3 military schools. Yao Qingjun's father is a general in the military department. He's also a rank 6 martial artist, so it's not strange for him to enter the military school. Then why didn't Guxiong enter the military school? Zhao Lei said lightly, everyone has their own choices. There's no need to enter the military school, right? Moreover, entering the military school also means that after graduation, they must enter the military department to serve. Some people don't like to be restricted. So, Yao Qingjun is now the number 1 in the 3 big military schools? I don't know. The rank for ranking list hasn't been released recently. We haven't seen it either. Zhao Lei shook his head. These rankings had not been officially released yet. Currently, only the Grandmaster ranking of some Grandmasters and the lower 3 ranks of martial arts university students had been released. Fang Ping did not ask further. He turned his head and glanced at the north gate. At that moment, at the north gate, a soldier dressed in camouflage clothes was striding forward with a long spear in his hand. There were a few soldiers behind him, all carrying parcels in their hands. The bloodstains on their bodies could be seen from afar. The military school's team? Fang Ping muttered. Then he mumbled, "They're all lieutenants now?" A lieutenant in the military department was equivalent to a local commander. Back then, Zhang Dingnan had promised that after Fang Ping graduated and returned to Nanjiang, he would give him a lieutenant position. According to Zhao Lei, Yao Chengjun was only 2 grades higher than them. He did not know how many years the military school had, but it was probably not time for him to graduate yet. He was a lieutenant now. What about after he graduated? Peak rank for, Fang Ping mumbled. His progress was fast. It had not been that long, right? This was the first time he realized that someone was faster than Old Wang. Back then, they were both on the rank 3 ranking list. Their abilities should be at peak rank 3. However, Old Wang was 1 grade lower than Yao Qingjun. It was acceptable that he was slightly weaker. As for Yao Qingjun, Fang Ping did not think too much about it. He did not go and watch. In the catacombs, rank 4 and 5 powerhouses were not worth much. Many powerhouses here were at rank 6. He heard that there were even a few grandmasters. They just did not show up usually. When he returned to the community, the others also came back one after another. Although it was called a community, in fact, in Fang Ping's opinion, it was worse than some company dormitories. This was a large shared bed, 10 people to a room. After returning, Fang Ping and the others found out that there was a canteen in the community that provided free food. Just as Fang Ping and the others were about to go, Yu Xianghua, who was looking at the map, said, "Don't go. Just eat some biscuits to fill your stomach. The food in the canteen is half-cooked. It's uncomfortable. So stingy? It's good enough that there's food." Yu Xianghua shook his head. The military department's food is even worse. It's not that they don't want to give them good food. It's just that it's really not easy to cook in the catacombs. Then why don't they ship it in from the surface? Fang Ping was slightly surprised. Nonsense. There are too many people. There are 60 to 70,000 people in the city. Do you expect them to ship it in from the surface? Moreover, the catacombs passageway is not open. The military department rarely uses the passageway. If there are too many people coming and going, it's easy to get into trouble. The military department had their considerations. Although the passageway could be opened, there were too many people coming and going. Who knew if there would be trouble? Food for tens of thousands of people was not a small amount. If it was transported from the surface, they would have to make a few trips every day. They could not be too understaffed. Although Fang Ping could not understand, he gave up on the idea of going to the canteen to eat. When night fell, the sky in the catacombs turned dark. During the day, the huge sun in the sky seemed to have disappeared suddenly. The night in the catacombs was pitch black. There were no lights and no candles. Hope City was not completely dark. There was light at the north gate. The military department used energy ores and mirrors, using a small amount of energy to maintain the brightness. In the city, some shops had also used this method. Previously, there were people who used things like fluorescent powder to replace energy ores as a light source. In the end, these things lost their source of light and radiation in the catacombs and quickly lost their effectiveness. The effect was not as good as energy ores, but the cost was not small. Inside the room, it was pitch black. Fang Ping and a few boys shared a room. In the dark, Fang Ping could vaguely see some things. He said helplessly, "If we were outside at night, wouldn't we not be able to tell north from south?" "You'll get used to it. Say, in this pitch black, if we go to the girls' side, do you think they'll recognize us?" "You can try. Almost all rank 4 martial artists have night vision. If you're not afraid of death, you can go. One kick to the groin. Don't say we didn't warn you. I'm not used to it. Fong Ping sighed. There was nothing in the catacombs. On the surface, he could surf the internet, play with his phone, or watch TV in his spare time. Here, in the middle of the night, there was really nothing to do. I can only cultivate now. It was not suitable to cultivate combat techniques at night, so Fong Ping began to hone his body. From upper stage to peak rank 3, it was actually a process of honing the body. Fong Ping had thought it through. He would hone his body first. When he reached peak rank 3, if his vitality still did not exceed 1,000 calories, he would forcefully increase it. If his body was strong enough, there should not be too much trouble. Just as everyone began to cultivate, a sudden noise came from the north. Enemy attack. Middle-ranked martial artists gather at the north gate and face the enemy. Those below rank 4 stay in the house. Don't go out without permission. A loud roar spread throughout the small town. Fong Ping and the others were shocked and hurriedly stopped. Someone wanted to go out, but Yu Xianghua stopped him immediately. You can't go out. If it's a night attack, we won't be able to see the enemy clearly. We'll only add to the chaos and will be easily killed by mistake. At this time, powerhouses had already forbidden martial artists from going out. If they were killed by mistake, they would have no place to complain. Boom! In the north, the sound of explosions was incessant. Fong Ping and the others were burning with anxiety. At this moment, no one dared to go out. They did not know what the situation was like, so they could only worry and wait in the house. This kind of torment was worse than letting them go out to kill the enemy. Is the enemy strong? Are there any high-ranked powerhouses? Can General Su and the others handle it? Instructor Tang and the others should have gone to support, right? Everyone could only keep talking to divert their thoughts. It was not until more than half an hour had passed that the sound of explosions subsided. Stand down. The enemy has retreated. Don't go out without permission at night. Chapter 237. As soon as the powerhouse finished speaking, Fong Ping hurriedly opened the door and dashed out. This was not a high-rise building, but a small square outside the door. At this moment, many people rushed out of their rooms. However, for martial artists of the 3 lower ranks, unless they reached upper stage, rank 3, and had their bodies honed once, they would be blind even if they came out. Fong Ping was slightly better. He could see some things clearly. At first, Fong Ping looked toward the north gate, but he did not see anything. When he lifted his head and glanced over, Fong Ping was stunned. There was someone in the sky. Under the night sky, the silhouette was blurry, but Fong Ping was sure that there was someone above him. The fluctuation of energy particles. Flight. Fong Ping murmured. It was a middle-ranked martial artist who cultivated the flight step. No, it was very high, at least 50 meters in the air. This was not something a middle-ranked martial artist could do. It was a high-ranked powerhouse. Fong Ping, what did you see? Behind him, Fu Chongding asked anxiously. It was not a good feeling to be blind. Just as he was asking, someone leaped over from the front. The reason why he described it as such was because the other party's speed was extremely fast. His figure flashed and disappeared, and in the next moment he appeared 10 meters away. Soon, the other party landed on the ground. Get back into the house. Tang Feng's voice rang out. Don't go out at night. Teacher, has the enemy been killed? No, he retreated. Following Tang Feng's words, another silhouette appeared in a flash. The others could not see it, but Fong Ping saw it slightly. He exclaimed in surprise, Teacher Zhang. The rank. 5 Zhang Longjiang staggered to the ground and smiled. Let's go back to the house. Teacher, you. Fong Ping saw a clear bloodstain on the man's chest. His clothes had long been torn to shreds. Seeing this, Fong Ping suddenly asked, Where are the other 3 teachers? Tang Feng said calmly, I'm fine. I suffered some light injuries and went to get treated. He made it sound simple, but Fong Ping did not believe him. Zhang Longjiang's injuries were not light, but the other party still came over. The other three were only rank for martial artists. Their injuries were probably not light. Go back to your rooms. A bunch of blind people. Are you going to be targets in the middle of the night? Cultivate to the middle ranks as soon as possible. Tang Feng scolded. Fong Ping, an upper stage rank 3, would be lucky if he could see 10 meters ahead. As for the others, they could hardly see it. Only middle-rank martial artists who had honed their bones and bodies to a certain extent, honing their vital organs and sharpening their hearing and sight, would possess true night vision. They could only hear the sound but couldn't see the person. Everyone felt uncomfortable and could only return to their rooms. Fong Ping did not go back. After everyone had left, he asked curiously, "Instructor, how's the battle situation?" Tang Feng grunted. Zhang Longjiang sighed softly. A middle-ranked and a few guards died. Middle rank, Fong Ping was stunned. He did not expect a middle-ranked martial artist to die in such a short time. This was almost impossible in the outside world. Fong Ping had never heard of any middle-ranked martial artists being killed in the outside world, unless it was those evil sect martial artists. Fong Ping's heart grew heavy. He continued, "Does this happen often?" "That's normal. We've done raids before." Tang Feng was unconcerned. He said mildly, "In the catacombs, death is the norm. This was just a small-scale ambush. The other party also lost people. We didn't suffer any losses." It was not the first time this kind of ambush had happened. This time, the other party's losses were greater than Hope City's. They should be casual martial artists, not Skygate City's military martial artists. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ambushed the North Gate. That's the gate with the strongest defense. Tang Feng explained and waved his hand. "Go back and rest. We'll go out tomorrow. Then I'll go back." Fong Ping could not ask anything more. He turned around and was about to leave. After some thought, he suddenly asked, "Is the person in the air a grandmaster?" "Huh." Zhang Longjiang looked at Fong Ping strangely. "You saw it." In the middle of the night, Fong Ping, an upper stage rank 3, could actually see people? I felt it. It's a very powerful energy, particle fluctuation. Thinking that Fong Ping had also sensed the passageway's energy before, Zhang Longjiang laughed. "Interesting. You can sense it with mentality?" Not many instructors in MCMAU knew about this. Tang Feng knew about it. He snorted softly. "Although mentality is slightly stronger, it's weak. Mentality is equivalent to nothing. You don't have to worry about grandmasters. Go back." Fong Ping pursed his lips. Big Lion did not know how to care about geniuses at all. Did he not know the principle of not bullying the young for being poor? Without further ado, Fong Ping raised his head to take another look before returning to the house. As soon as Fong Ping left, Zhang Longjiang said in a low voice, "Old Liu and the other two are injured quite badly. What should we do next?" "It's okay. The two of us can do it too. But no buts. It's impossible for the school to arrange for more people to come over now. The school is also short on manpower." Zhang Longjiang was helpless. It was a bad start. On the first day they entered the catacombs, they were ambushed. 3 rank 4 martial artists were injured quite badly. He himself was also slashed by someone, but it was not too serious. Although he and Tang Feng were stronger than the others, it was really not enough to take care of 100 students. That night, Fong Ping and the others did not sleep well either. The next day, everyone woke up. The energy sun seemed to appear suddenly, tearing the darkness apart instantly. The sky was bright. As soon as the sky brightened, everyone ran out of the room in a hurry. Yang Xiaoman asked anxiously, "What happened last night? Were there any casualties? Hope City is our base camp. How dare these people come here to die?" "Quiet." Tang Feng woke up early too. He walked over and looked at everyone. "Pack your luggage. After breakfast, Follow me out of the city immediately." Zhang Longjiang came too. He changed his clothes so that no one could see his injuries. In the crowd, a few students looked around and asked, "Instructor Tang, my instructor, and the others didn't come?" "They have other things to do." Tang Feng did not explain further. He scolded, "Hurry up. What are you doing dragging your feet?" Everyone hurriedly went back to pack their things. Soon, they each carried their weapons and luggage out of the house. As for breakfast, no one went to the cafeteria to eat. They would rather eat some compressed biscuits. Tang Feng did not care about this. Seeing that they were done packing, he walked toward the north gate. They passed by the north gate. Fong Ping glanced at it. When he saw that there seemed to be some faint bloodstains on the ground, he could not help but frown. Could the bloodstains not be washed clean? How many people had died in these years? The soldiers guarding the gate stood straight and saluted everyone. They only retracted their salutes after everyone had left the city. Outside the city, this was everyone's first time out of the city. They all felt that it was a little strange. Fong Ping turned around and took a look. Then he was a little shocked and murmured, "This is in the city." He had not discovered it yet. When he was outside the city, he realized that the outer perimeter of the city wall was actually made of iron. Steel City. Zhang Longjiang smiled faintly. This is used to defend against the martial artist army. Rank 1 and 2 martial artists don't have strong jumping abilities, but their limbs are strong. They can destroy the city wall and cause great damage. Over the years, through the continuous transportation of supplies, we have built the outer walls of Hope City into Steel City walls. Although it can't stop middle and high-rank martial artists, it's enough to deal with ordinary troops and rank 1 and 2 martial artists. It's very difficult for them to destroy these city walls. They're all very thick. Fong Ping did not care about this. Instead, he continued to stare at the city wall. Even if it was made of steel, the outer body of the city wall was now full of potholes. Knife marks and spear holes were everywhere. The others were also a little shocked. This was everyone's first time seeing a real steel city. It's a pity that things like missiles are useless. Otherwise, they could be shipped over and directly blow up the catacombs. Someone murmured. Tang Feng, on the other hand, struck a blow. Stop dreaming. Even if they're shipped over, they might not be a match. If such a weapon with great lethality can be used, then it's not just against a city, but the entire catacombs. Moreover, it's not like the other party doesn't have a countermeasure. When the purity of the energy stones reaches a limit, high-rank powerhouses can guide the energy stones to release energy, producing an explosive effect with great power. Right now, in the catacombs, on the one hand, we lack high-purity energy stones. On the other hand, we can't bear to use a large amount of energy stones to make explosives. However, once we have a weapon with great lethality, do you think the other party will stake it all on one throw and adopt the same plan to bomb us? Fong Ping curled his lips. It's the catacombs territory anyway, so what if we blow it up? Tang Feng said weakly. The premise is that our weapons can be used here. What's the use of thinking about it? All right, let's go. Everyone followed the team and walked forward together. It was their first time in the wilderness. Everyone was curious about everything they saw. Some of the plants in the catacombs looked familiar, while others looked very unfamiliar. There were also some small animals that were similar to some animals on Earth, but their physiques were bigger. Moreover, these animals had been exposed to the energy sun for a long time, so some energy had also accumulated in their bodies. Within 10 kilometers, this was Hope City's radiation range. There was not much danger, and there were no large creatures. Here, the 2 instructors began to guide everyone, looking for water sources, observing ambush points, setting traps. This included identifying and tracking footprints. Tang Feng and Zhang Longjiang taught them meticulously. During the break, "The air is so good," Yang Xiaoman sighed. Fong Ping teased, "How do you know that it's air here?" "Air is just what we call it. Maybe it's not air here." Yang Xiaoman rolled her eyes at him and said impatiently, "Did you fall asleep in class?" We've done a test. It's air. Is it? Of course it is. Quiet. Silence. Maintain silence during the break. Tang Feng scolded again and reminded, in the wilderness, no matter if there are many people or only one person, maintain silence. Don't make a racket. Fang Ping shrugged and said, Instructor, do we have horses to ride on here? Yes. Fang Ping's interest was instantly piqued. He said hurriedly, Then why don't we ride horses? Do you want to die? Tang Feng explained, Normal creatures like horses have strong vitality, but they don't know how to restrain it. They release vitality all the time. It's very easy to attract the attention and greed of powerful creatures. Also, it's very dangerous if the commotion is too big. That's why most martial artists travel on foot. The military department has a cavalry unit, but it's not very effective. In the catacombs, there are too many powerful creatures. Once they encounter powerful creatures, these cavalry units will be in trouble. This includes high-rank powerhouses. They can release pressure to intimidate the horses. Before you can charge out, the other party's mentality suppression will hit, and the cavalry unit will be almost finished. Fang Ping said in surprise, Is the range of high-ranked martial artists' mentality radiation very large? He knew that mentality had a suppressive effect. Last time, Huang Jing had intimidated him, and he was suppressed until he could not breathe. However, could a high-ranked martial artist's mentality radiation be very wide? Very wide. Rank 7 martial artists can radiate at least 30 meters. Rank 8 and rank 9 martial artists can radiate even further. That's why cavalry units can only be used as a military unit, not as a decisive force. I see. Fang Ping nodded and said, Instructor, are there any kinds of mounts in the catacombs? Mounts. Tang Feng said with a faint smile, There's no value in taming normal creatures. They can't run as fast as us. There aren't many standard creatures that are suitable for riding. In the catacombs, the bigger the creature, the stronger it is. Before you can tame it, it will eat you first. These creatures aren't very intelligent. On the other hand, high-ranked creatures have a certain level of intelligence, and there's hope of taming them. The premise is that you have the ability. High-ranked creatures have a certain level of intelligence and are extremely difficult to tame, even if you defeat them. So, there are mounts, but you have to be on guard against them at any time. However, as far as I know, the few rank 9 grandmasters of the human race all have their own mounts. I haven't seen anyone else for now. Vice-Chancellor wanted to tame a rank 7 dragon crocodile beast before, but when he brought it to Hope City, there was a big mess. If it wasn't for Vice-Chancellor killing the other party, I'm afraid there would be countless casualties. Tell me, do you dare to bring this kind of creature into human society? If you don't bring it back and leave it here when you leave, do you want grandmasters to guard it for you? If you don't guard it, these creatures will rebel. Who can stop them? Then rank 9 grandmasters. They might have their own unique taming method, but it's not suitable for promotion. Otherwise, they would have formed this kind of army a long time ago. That's true. Fang Ping seemed a little regretful. My dream of riding a mount was shattered. Even a rank 8 vice-chancellor could not tame it successfully. Did that mean that there was only hope for a rank 9? In the next 2 days, everyone explored the surroundings of Hope City. They familiarized themselves with the environment and learned the ways of survival. They did not encounter any enemies. There were military department garrisons 10 kilometers away from Hope City, so there were not many people from Skygate City who came to attack. However, on the 3rd day, Fang Ping and the others still saw a battle. It was the military department's 3rd defense station outside. When Fang Ping and the others arrived, they just saw the 2 sides breaking out in a big battle. At the 3rd defense station, there were more than 10 martial artists and close to 100 soldiers. The other side was a martial artist team of more than 30 people. There were 2 middle-ranked martial artists on the human side, while the other side had 6 or 7 middle-ranked martial artists. As soon as the battle broke out, a few middle-ranked martial artists from the catacombs rushed into the team of soldiers and killed 4 or 5 people in an instant. Fang Ping and the others saw this scene from a distance and rushed over. Tang Feng's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the battlefield. Die! Tang Feng roared. On one hand, it was to inform the military department that they were on their side. On the other hand, it was to attract the attention of the catacombs' martial artists. It was Fang Ping and the others' first time seeing Tang Feng in action. Tang Feng did not use a weapon. Everyone only saw his figure flash and appear on top of a person's head, crushing the other person's head with one foot. In the next moment, he appeared in front of another person and smashed the other person's head with one punch. Almost in the blink of an eye, Tang Feng flashed one after another. No one was a match for him. 6 or 7 middle-ranked martial artists, including some martial artists of the 3 lower ranks, died at his hands. Fang Ping and the others were stunned. So strong! Tang Feng was really strong. He killed middle-ranked martial artists like he was killing chickens. The other party was also so fast that Fang Ping could barely see his figure. Before Fang Ping and the others could run over, the battle was over. Tang Feng casually wiped his hand on the last person's body. He had an indifferent look on his face, which made him look like a lonely expert. Chapter 238. Although Tang Feng had killed these catacombs martial artists, there were still a few warriors on the military camp's side who had died. The living warriors collected the corpses of the sacrificed warriors. After collecting their nameplates, the military camp's officer walked into the stronghold. Very quickly, he walked out holding some national flags. After covering the bodies of the sacrificed warriors with the flags, the soldiers sang the national anthem. Fang Ping and the others did not know how they felt. They had only seen Tang Feng killing the martial artists with ease, but they had forgotten that even if these warriors were no match for the enemy, they still risked their lives to stop the enemy. In the catacombs, ordinary people were really too weak. The next scene made the students feel even more uncomfortable. The warriors did not have too much sorrow or hesitation. Very quickly, they dug a pit nearby and began to bury the corpses of the sacrificed warriors. "Instructor," Zhang Longjiang said softly, "we can't burn the corpses here. If we transport the corpses back, we might be attacked on the way. That's why the warriors are buried wherever they died. They are buried in foreign lands, accompanying these comrades until victory." "Victory," Fang Ping muttered. How long would victory take? Humans could not even conquer a city in the catacombs. How could they talk about victory? Tang Feng did not elaborate too much. He lowered his head and began to count the spoils of war. A few students glanced at him, their eyes showing a hint of anger. Obviously, they felt that Tang Feng was too cold-blooded. Tang Feng did not explain. He would not explain. In the catacombs, when people died, it was useless to grieve. The only way to become stronger was to become stronger himself and everyone else. Collecting the spoils of war was also the best shortcut for everyone to become stronger. The warriors and martial artists all understood these principles, so no one felt that Tang Feng collecting the spoils of war was inappropriate. Tang Feng only collected the middle-ranked martial artists' belongings. As for the 3 lower ranks martial artists, he did not look at them, nor did he tidy them up. Obviously, they were left for the stronghold. In the stronghold, Fang Ping and the others attended the extremely simple funeral. They did not stay for long. Very soon, everyone left the stronghold. "Instructor, these ordinary people in the catacombs, are they useful?" Fang Ping asked, a little puzzled and confused. Zhang Longjiang said in a low voice, "Of course they are useful. After all, martial artists are the minority. Do you expect martial artists to go against Sky Gate City's hundreds of thousands of troops? This time, there are just too many martial artists and too few warriors. They can't form a military formation, martial artist," Fang Ping sighed. Tang Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks and said, If we go on like this, we'll be wasting too much time. I've decided. I'll bring the rank 3 martial artists and go deeper. Old Zheng, you bring the others and act according to the plan. Old Tang, this rank 3 martial artists are meant to enter the catacombs. How can flowers in a greenhouse become stronger? Tang Feng's tone was slightly cold. The situation has worsened again. In the past, have you ever seen dozens of martial artists attacking a military camp? Time is running out. This, blindly protecting them, will only make everyone slack off. We've already taught them everything that needs to be taught. This will also be the last time. I will bring everyone to the 30-kilometer limit to take a look at the grinder. After that, you will be free to move. Whether you live or die depends on yourselves. It's impossible for them to dispatch dozens of middle and high-ranked martial artists to protect you just for a bunch of rank 2 and 3 martial artists. The experts were all very busy and had many things to do. These youngsters could only rely on themselves. If it were not for the fact that there were quite a few rank 2 martial artists around, the instructors would have evacuated after 3 days. How could one grow without experiencing wind and rain? Powerhouses had also walked out of a narrow escape from death. Tang Feng had made this decision because he felt that the current speed was too slow. The existence of rank 2 martial artists had also delayed the rank 3 martial artist time. Rank 3 martial artists were meant to enter the catacombs to fight. These days, there were quite a number of rank 3 martial artists in the team, close to 20 people. When he heard that Tang Feng wanted to split up, Fang Ping panicked and said hurriedly, "Instructor, it's not good to split up like this." He was still hoping that Qin Yunqi and the others would give him pills. Tang Feng frowned and glanced at him. "Then you should act alone. According to your strength, you should have entered 50 kilometers by yourself long ago to kill the enemy martial artists and join the real battle. You shouldn't be mingling around here and wasting your time." Fang Ping's expression was a little ugly. He said unhappily, "This is my first time entering. Upper stage rank 3 martial artists should be independent, even if it's their first time entering. You're different from them." He was unhappy. Tang Feng was unhappy too. He let out a light huff. "Go ask around. Which upper stage rank 3 martial artist needs someone else's protection when entering the catacombs? Dying in battle was his fate. Staying alive is the capital to become stronger. Only by exchanging blows and killing blows with other experts could the strong become stronger. You're always mingling with a group of rank 2 martial artists. Aren't you proud of yourself? Thinking that you're amazing, that you're a genius? You're the strongest. Do you only know how to flaunt your prowess in front of the weak? The Wang Jinyang you know entered the catacombs at rank 3 and killed countless enemies. He just entered rank 4 and killed a rank 5. Who wouldn't say that a good man should be like this? Yao, Qingjun, and the others, who are upper stage rank 3, are fighting with their lives on the line. A rank 3 against a rank 4. Humans need to cultivate powerhouses, powerhouses who dare to fight, powerhouses who dare to gamble, not weak wolves mingling in a flock of sheep. Fang Ping's face was red. He was not someone who could not be provoked, but right now, Fang Ping was really angry. He gritted his teeth and said, "Instructor Tang, I've said it before. This is my first time entering the catacombs. You've been here for the 4th day." Tang Feng was a little disappointed. "I've brought many people into the catacombs before. Under normal circumstances, they would go out on their own within 3 days instead of mingling with large teams and waiting for the school's arrangements. Why can powerhouses become stronger? Actively become stronger, not passively waiting. Fang Ping, you're very talented. You've achieved rank 3 in a year, and you might even enter rank 4. However, in my opinion, a martial artist like you, who passively waits to become stronger, is just a vitality martial artist who wastes resources. Vitality martial artists don't just refer to those martial artists who do not know combat techniques. There are also those martial artists who just eat and wait for death, passively waiting for disaster to come, martial artists without any ideals. Have you? Tell me, have you ever thought of going out alone to kill enemies, seize things, and make yourself stronger? What are you waiting for? Waiting for a team to be arranged for you? You're upper stage rank 3. Don't you know the difference between upper stage rank 3 martial artists and others? Do you really want to do missions with a group of rank 2 martial artists? When the time comes, if you encounter an enemy who is too weak, you can kill them instantly. If you encounter an enemy who is too strong, you can only watch as your comrades die. Fang Ping, you've disappointed me. Extremely disappointed. Lu Fengru and Li Chongxing think highly of you and think that your talent is amazing. However, I think that you're far from the others. Don't even mention those rank 4 prodigies who are famous now. You're far from CCMAU's Han Su, MCMAU's Xiale, and Qin Fengqin. You've never thought of taking the initiative to become stronger. Compared to others, do you really think that your life is more precious? Don't the others know how to cherish their lives? But the more you cherish your life, the faster you die. Sooner or later, others will catch up to you and surpass you. Fang Ping's expression kept changing. He said in a low voice, I just think that I'll be more useful if I become stronger. If I become a grandmaster, won't I be more useful than fighting as a rank 3 today? Tang Feng said coldly. When you become a grandmaster, you'll think that I'll be more useful if I become a grandmaster. When you become a grandmaster one day, you'll think about why I'm fighting for humanity. Grandmasters can already live freely in the catacombs. If everyone had the same thoughts as you, humanity would have been destroyed long ago. Fang Ping clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Are you saying that I, Fang Ping, will become a traitor? What makes you think that? What makes you think that I, Fang Ping, will not fight for humanity? If you think that I'm wrong, then go and prove yourself. I'll be waiting for you to slap my face. You're trying to provoke me. What a joke, Tang Feng said coldly. Being self-righteous is also an extremely serious shortcoming of yours. As a peak rank 6 martial artist, Fang Ping, I've killed more rank 6 martial artists than you've ever met. Fang Ping, if you don't become a grandmaster, in my eyes, no matter how talented you are, you're not much stronger than anyone else. Fang Ping, what contributions have you made to humanity? Why should I, Tang Feng, provoke you? What I said today is only from the bottom of my heart. Where you're going to go, think about it yourself. Tang Feng strode away, saying as he walked, rank 3 martial artists, follow me. Fang Ping, you can stay with the rank 2 martial artists. This is the privilege I'm giving you. After saying this, Tang Feng had already left. The other rank 3 martial artists followed him without saying a word. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. Fu Changding advised him softly. Instructor Tang doesn't mean any harm. Fang Ping clenched his fists and said in a muffled voice, In your eyes, I, Fang Ping, am a coward who's afraid of death. A coward who might even defect to the enemy. I've never been afraid to fight. I just have my own path. I don't care what Tang Feng thinks. Fu Changding, in your eyes, I, Fang Ping, am the same? Fu Changding comforted him. It's not like that. Don't think too much about it. Become stronger before killing the enemy. There's no problem with this line of thinking, Fang Ping said angrily. Why do I still hear you say that I'm afraid of death? Yang Xiaoman did not give him any face. She muttered, Is it wrong? If I were upper stage rank 3, I would have gone out alone to kill the enemy martial artists. Shut up. Fang Ping said angrily, You're not upper stage rank 3. That's because you're weak. You don't have the right to mock me. Stop arguing, Qin Yunqi said hurriedly, interrupting everyone's argument. Fang Ping took a deep breath and continued, Let me ask you this. If I teamed up with you and encountered a strong enemy, would you feel that I'm a burden? Tell me the truth. Also, if I teamed up with you, I'll definitely get a bigger share of the spoils. Don't you have any other thoughts? Sometimes if I meet a slightly weaker opponent, I can easily kill them alone. I won't even give you much. What do you think?" The few of them were silent for a moment. Zhang Longjiang, who was beside them, did not say anything. After a long time, Fu Changding sighed softly. "You're much stronger than us. If we teamed up with you, we don't have a sense of existence." "I see," Fang Ping murmured. It turned out that everyone did not think that he was strong enough to protect them. Instead, they thought that his strength had overshadowed their light and reduced their training opportunities. Moreover, if they really encountered a strong enemy and he was no match for them, they could only watch helplessly without any ability to resist. "If that's the case, I'm the only one who thought that you should be very happy that I teamed up with you?" Fang Ping said, self-deprecatingly. "I thought that you would be very happy. I thought that I'm an upper stage rank 3 martial artist, and my strength is not weak. If I meet an opponent, I can kill them quickly, and your safety will be higher. Now it seems that I was naive. You want to become stronger, want to experience life and death, and not rely on others blindly. That's true, your fathers are all rank 5 or 6 powerhouses, and even grandmaster powerhouses. This kind of backing is much stronger than me. Fang Ping, 1,000 times stronger. I actually laughably thought that after entering the catacombs, I would be your backing. It's indeed somewhat laughable. I think I'm infallible. Tang Feng was right. Your fathers allowed you to enter martial arts universities. If they were really afraid that you would die, they might as well protect you themselves. Why would they need me, Fang Ping?" Fang Ping laughed, self-deprecatingly. It was really laughable. It turned out that what he had been thinking was laughable in everyone's eyes. Everyone was just accommodating him. They just felt that he had too much pride and could not say anything. Fang Ping, who came from a civilian family, did not understand the mentality of these martial artists at all, be it in his previous life or this life. Did they need someone to protect them? If they really had this thought, they might not have chosen to enter the catacombs. Who did not know the dangers of the catacombs? This included Qin Yunqi. If she wanted to, she would not have come to MCMAU. She could do better in SCMAU. Fang Ping, that's not what everyone meant. Don't think too much. Qin Yunqi explained again. Fang Ping exhaled and did not say anything else. He took a step forward and said, "I'm going over there. You guys be careful. Before the instructor came, he asked me to protect you. Maybe the instructor is also wrong. What you guys need is not protection. I don't care if Big Lion looks down on me. Whether it's right or wrong, I'll continue to walk my own path. If I'm really wrong, I won't look back. One day, when I become a grandmaster and kill the other party's high-ranked martial artists, he'll understand that I, Fang Ping, am not as cowardly and useless as he said." After saying that, Fang Ping took a step forward and left. After he had left for a while, Chen Yunqi whispered, Did we go too far?" Yang Xiaoman said disapprovingly, "What's too far?" He always thinks that he's the best and invincible. He doesn't care about anyone. But compared to people like Wang Jinyang, haven't you noticed that he's still lacking? But Fu Changding said softly, "Forget it. It's for his own good. If he really wants to be with us, he won't have any pressure or motivation. Dragons don't live with snakes. What we have to do is to catch up to his footsteps and make him feel pressured. That's really for his own good." But before Chen Yunqi could finish, Zhang Longjiang laughed and said, "It's okay. I don't think Fang Ping is the kind of person who would waste his time. When he reaches Old Tang and goes to the grinder, he'll know that Old Tang actually thinks highly of him. That's why he's encouraging him. I only hope that he can make use of his advantages and take the initiative to become stronger so that he can play a role in humanity's victory. Sooner or later, he'll understand that if Old Tang really doesn't think highly of him, he would have ignored him a long time ago. Do you guys really think that peak rank 6 martial artists have so much free time?" But Chen Yunqi said anxiously, but he seems to have gone the wrong way. Instructor Tang and the others went north, but he went northeast. The entire team suddenly quietened down. Zhang Longjiang laughed dryly. "It's okay. Old Tang said that he's going north. Fu Changding swallowed and said suddenly, "He seems to lack a sense of direction." Zhang Longzhang's expression changed slightly. He said hurriedly, "Wait for me here for a while. I'll be right back." 10 minutes later, Zhang Longzhang had no choice but to return. He said with an ugly expression, "He's gone." Everyone was stunned. Where did Fang Ping go? Chapter 239. At the same time, Fang Ping looked around, mumbling, "Where are they? They're all running so fast. Big Lion really wants me to go with the rank 2 team. What's this? He's not letting me follow on purpose." Fang Ping mumbled to himself for a while and looked around. There was nothing but grass. No one was burning them. No one would be so extravagant as to use energy stones to burn these weeds. Above his head, the huge energy sun was still hanging high. Looking behind him, Fang Ping mumbled, "Should I go back now?" He had just left valiantly. If he went back now, others would not believe that he did not catch up to Big Lion. They would only think that he was a coward. Am I shameless? Fang Ping cursed in his heart. I am shameless too. Can I go back now? Big Lion said to go to the extreme radiation zone of 30 kilometers. I've just walked a few kilometers, haven't I? Plus, I was in the safe zone of 10 kilometers. Fang Ping calculated. He should be outside the extreme radiation zone in another 10 kilometers or so. Big Lion and the others should be there, right? Looking ahead, Fang Ping did not hesitate and continued on his way. At this moment, a few kilometers away from Fang Ping. He didn't catch up? Tang Feng frowned slightly and snorted in his heart. Since he was willing to stay in the rank 2 team, then he would stay there. Hurry up and reach the destination before dark. We won't go back to the city after this. We'll sleep outside. Yes. The students sped up. Zhang Ziwei humphed as she hurried. He didn't come. This guy is really a coward. Yu Xianghua frowned slightly. Don't say that. He might have his reasons. Let him be. Zhang Ziwei quickened her pace and said lightly, He'll never become a true powerhouse like this. She had thought that Fang Ping was Xia Lei's rival, but now, when they were only 30 kilometers away, Fang Ping was pushing and shoving. Even after Tang Feng had said so much, he still chose to stay with the rank 2 martial artist team. This made Zhang Ziwei feel that she had overestimated Fang Ping. The others did not say anything. Fang Ping not coming was indeed unexpected. Although Tang Feng said that he could stay in the rank 2 team, everyone could tell that he was trying to provoke him. However, everyone could tell that he was trying to provoke him. In the end, Fang Ping really stayed. It was unexpected. Fang Ping traveled at full speed. Even if he did not consume his vitality, his physique had been modified once at upper stage rank 3, so he was much stronger than the average martial artist. With a casual swing of his saber, he chopped the weeds in front of him. He looked around and said angrily, "Bastard, what's the meaning of this?" His speed was already extremely fast, but he still couldn't catch up with the team. They were probably already 30 kilometers away, right? Up ahead, Fang Ping had already discovered some remnants of a battle. The weeds were scattered, and there was even a faint trace of blood in the soil. Is this a meat grinder? Fang Ping mumbled. During class, the teacher had introduced the place to him. 30 kilometers away from the city, the place was known as the Grinder. Here, human martial artists and Skygate city martial artists often fought, and both sides killed each other constantly. After so many years, the number of martial artists from both sides who had died on this land had already exceeded tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of martial artists, not ordinary people. An army formed by tens of thousands of martial artists, together with a high-rank powerhouse, was enough to destroy an ordinary army of 1 million people. I've already reached the Grinder, but I still haven't encountered them. Could it be that I've deviated from the direction? Fang Ping asked himself uncertainly. After all, there was no direct road. In the wilderness, there were only some small paths that people had stepped on. Martial artists rarely took a fixed path. The small path that Fong Ping had taken earlier was not used many times. He had also seen Tang Feng and the others taking this path, which was why he had chased after them along the unclear path. Could it be that they've changed their path? Fong Ping was not too sure. Then what should I do now? Fong Ping had a slight headache. It was desolate and uninhabited, and Tang Feng and the others did not have many people. If they had changed their path, where would he go to find them? Although it was said that it was the grinder 30 kilometers away, this was a straight line distance. The grinder was just a general name. The horizontal radiation range was extremely wide, spanning hundreds of li. The catacombs was vast and sparsely populated. There was no sign of human habitation within a radius of tens of kilometers. It was too sparse and normal. Should I return to Hope City first? Fong Ping weighed the options in his heart. Or should I kill a few catacombs martial artists first before returning, lest those fellows think that I'm hiding? He had already reached the grinder. It would not be right to return empty-handed just like that. The grinder was the activity area of middle and low-ranked martial artists. There were very few rank 5 and 6 martial artists. As long as I don't encounter peak rank 6 like Big Lion, I might be able to escape. Fine, I'll kill a few peak rank 3 before returning. I'll also let those bastards know that I've killed more peak rank 3 martial artists than they've ever seen. Entering the grinder's area, the vegetation here was much sparser. The perennial battles between martial artists had caused the grinder to look like a bald man. Bare potholes could often be seen. Fong Ping lightened his footsteps, focused his energy, and paid attention to his surroundings. When he was in a large team with 2 middle-ranked instructors and nearly 100 students, it would be fine if he was careless. Now that he was alone, the danger level had increased greatly. Who's there? Fong Ping suddenly let out a soft cry, raising his saber to slash. After waiting for a while, the surroundings were quiet. Only then did Fong Ping put down his Changdao. It did not come out. There was probably no one there. Can the catacombs martial artists understand what I'm saying? They should be able to. Just one word. The surroundings were too quiet, making Fong Ping feel uneasy. He could only comfort himself with a few words to reduce this feeling of unease. After looking around vigilantly for more than 10 minutes, Fong Ping did not see a single person. He was suddenly very depressed. Should I go back first? Fong Ping looked around, feeling the urge to go back. Alone in the wilderness, especially when he could face enemies at any time, it was very uncomfortable to be on edge. Just as Fong Ping thought about it and slightly let down his guard, a shadow suddenly flashed in the bushes to his left. The next moment, Fong Ping's hair stood on end, and he quickly retreated. Puff! A faint sound of flesh tearing was heard. Fong Ping's pupils contracted, and he sped up, retreating quickly. The person who attacked in the bushes also quickly caught up, but his speed was not as fast as Fong Ping. Seeing that Fong Ping had retreated from the attack range, the long-haired man who walked out of the bushes had a flash of unwillingness in his eyes. Then he quickly burrowed into the bushes and disappeared in an instant. Fong Ping felt a lingering fear. He touched his throat. His hand was slightly damp, bleeding. The other party's surprise attack had almost pierced his throat with a sword. For martial artists of the 3 lower ranks, the throat was also one of the fatal weaknesses. Cold sweat dripped down Fong Ping's forehead. Then he was furious. The other party was probably not upper stage rank 3, but he almost killed him with a sword, trying to run. Fong Ping was furious. The next moment, he quickly chased into the bushes. As soon as he entered the bushes, the sword flashed again. The other party did not run. He was waiting for Fong Ping. This time, Fong Ping did not panic. He tilted his head slightly and dodged the tip of the other party's sword. The next moment, Fong Ping did not look where the other party was. His Changdao slashed in the direction of the vitality that his mentality had sensed. Puff! There was a muffled sound. The Changdao entered the flesh, and the bushes in front of Fong Ping broke. The blade also split the person behind the bushes in half. Mother asterisk her. Did you really think I couldn't sense you? Fong Ping cursed. He was not prepared enough before, and the other party had restrained his vitality. That was why the surprise attack was successful. However, since his mentality had broken through the 500 hertz mark, although he could not officially release it to suppress the enemy, he could spread it a little. Mentality was very sensitive to energy particles. Vitality force was actually a manifestation of energy particles. The other party was so close to Fong Ping. No matter how well the other party restrained his vitality, in Fong Ping's eyes, it was as bright as a firefly in the dark. After killing the other party with one slash, Fong Ping chopped all the bushes around him, adding a bald spot to the grinder. After leaving space for himself to dodge, Fong Ping went forward to check on the person who had just been killed. The shoulder-length hair, which should have been tied up earlier, was now scattered on the ground. Fong Ping's saber outburst could not be matched by martial artists below upper stage rank 3. The other party's head had long been cut in half. Black hair! Fong Ping half-squatted and observed for a while. Similar to a human. No, similar to an Asian. The corpse lying on the ground had black hair, yellow skin, and was probably between 25 to 30 years old. Early stage rank 3 strength. How dare you ambush an upper stage rank 3? Of course, the other party might not have seen through Fong Ping's strength. Fong Ping looked very young, and he was not as experienced as those martial artists who often entered the catacombs. He looked like a fledgling. This was the main reason why the other party ambushed him. Fong Ping searched the other party's body and found a small cloth bag. He tossed it aside, not in a hurry to check it. The cloth bag and the other party's long sword were his spoils this time. Fong Ping checked the other party's clothes and boots. The clothes seemed to be made of ordinary fabric, but the boots were made of leather. Fong Ping could not tell what kind of creature's leather it was. He reached out and tore the leather boots. It's not made from the fur of a middle-high rank creature. What a pity. Fong Ping shook his head slightly and tossed the boots aside. After thinking for a while, Fong Ping picked up the torn clothes and examined them again. Very quickly, Fong Ping found a badge the size of a coin at the original position of the chest. A rank 3 medal. Fong Ping stared at the golden medal in front of him. 3 long swords were printed on the front of the medal. One of the long swords was more like a dagger. This meant that the other party was an early stage rank 3 swordsman. On the back, there was a brooch and an indistinguishable plant printed on it. However, Fong Ping knew that this was the Sky Gate tree. The Sky Gate tree was also the symbol of Sky Gate City's city emblem. In Sky Gate City, the old professor in class had said that there was a giant tree that was 100 meters tall that was called the Sky Gate tree by humans. The martial artist medal was also a symbol of martial artists in the catacombs. Most martial artists would wear a medal of this level. Sky Gate City martial artist. Early stage rank 3 strength. He should be a casual martial artist. Fong Ping made a judgment. It was easy to tell if he was a casual martial artist or a Sky Gate City military martial artist. Almost all military martial artists used standardized weapons. Fong Ping had seen the standardized long swords of the military martial artists in the research institute before. They were different from the one used by the person in front of him. Also, among military martial artists, powerhouses hunted alone while the weak hunted in groups. Early stage rank 3 strength could only be said to be average. Military martial artists rarely appeared alone. A casual martial artist, early stage rank 3, almost killed me. Fong Ping's eyes flickered. The other party's strength was far from his. The gap was huge. He had been careful enough, but he had not been vigilant enough. He had almost been killed. He touched his throat. The wound had stopped bleeding and was healing quickly, but Fong Ping still had some lingering fear. I have to be careful. More careful. More careful. The three careful S made Fong Ping even more vigilant. His mentality began to condense into threads and spread around his body. He picked up the other party's long sword, knocked it, and squeezed it hard. E-grade alloy. Poor bastard. The weapons used by catacombs martial artists were not made of the alloy used by humans. However, humans preferred to judge the strength of a weapon by their own grade. Places like the military department and martial arts universities would only buy back catacombs weapons at 2/3 of the price of the alloy grade. In fact, many of the weapons used by catacombs martial artists were made from raw ores. The government bought them back and added other metals. One catacombs weapon could be made into 3 alloy weapons of the same strength. This was also an important source of raw materials for weapons manufacturing companies to make alloys. He weighed the long sword in his hand. It was not too heavy. It was at most 5 or 6 caddies. If it was sold to the military department or other departments, it would be 5 or 600,000 at most. If this was the only reward from killing a rank 3 martial artist, it would be insignificant. There were no extra rewards for killing martial artists in the catacombs. They only looked at the spoils. Of course, it was not absolute. Sometimes the military department would issue some missions, such as hunting down a number of lower-ranked martial artists or middle-ranked martial artists. They would also give some extra rewards, mainly to encourage people to kill more catacombs martial artists. Fong Ping opened the small cloth bag again. There were very few things inside. A few dry rations that looked like steamed buns, a rough-looking energy stone, and a cultivation-aiding energy stone, slightly larger than a grain of rice. A cultivation-aiding energy stone, used to replenish vitality? Fong Ping estimated it. It was 1 gram at most. The basic energy stone, on the other hand, was about 10 grams. A 1 gram cultivation-aiding energy stone is worth 30 credits. That's 900,000. It's not cheap. Plus the 10-gram basic energy stone. I wonder how high its purity is. It's probably the lowest kind. 10 credits, 300,000. He calculated. This time, he had killed this early-stage, rank 3 martial artist. His reward was less than 2 million. Fong Ping was an upper-stage rank 3 martial artist. That was why he had killed him easily. Other rank 3 martial artists might not have been so lucky. They might have been killed in the first strike. A rank 3 martial artist risked his life to kill his opponent. His reward was less than 2 million. It was not considered much. He's dead and I've seized his stuff. Why didn't my wealth increase? Fong Ping glanced at his wealth and frowned slightly. Before entering the catacombs, his wealth had reached more than 80 million. He had spent some during this period. Now he still had 79 million. However, after seizing it, his wealth did not increase. This was different from before. Previously, the rewards would only be calculated after the credits had been collected. The other pills and weapons that were seized were distributed to Fong Ping and counted as his wealth. Now that the other party was dead, why was it not counted as his? It didn't count as my wealth. This means that these things don't belong to me yet. Fong Ping's pupils suddenly contracted. The next moment, Fong Ping leaped into the air and fled backward, like lightning. The moment Fong Ping leaped and ran, a sound pierced through the air where he had just been standing. Kagu! A low, angry roar came from the bushes. Fong Ping did not know whether the other party was shouting for the dead person or cursing, such as die. He had never learned this before, and no one had taught him. Of course, none of that mattered at the moment. When he thought about the system's judgment that these items did not belong to him, Fong Ping knew that he was in danger. The system was a scam. Unless the items were confirmed to be his, they would only be counted as his wealth. Once it was uncertain, it would not increase. For example, when he had captured Huang Bin, the items did not necessarily belong to him, so his wealth did not increase at all. When Wang Jinyang and he had finished splitting the loot, his wealth only increased. Just then, Fong Ping realized that there might be other catacombs martial artists around, and they were not weak either. If they were too weak with the system's nature, it might calculate for him. The system can be used as a warning device. Fong Ping could not help but think of this as he fled. He used to think that this function was a scam, but now that he thought about it, it was not bad. As for the aura that was hot on his heels, Fong Ping's vitality sensed that it was much stronger than him. It should be a rank for martial artist. His vitality was already as high as 999 calories. A rank 3 martial artist, even a peak martial artist, would find it difficult to break through this limit. The other party's vitality was higher than his, so there was a 99% chance that it was a rank 4, maybe even higher. Of course, the possibility of it being a rank 4 was higher. Rank 5 or 6, or someone like Tang Feng, would catch up to him in the blink of an eye. Fong Ping turned his head to look as he fled. More than 10 meters behind him, a male catacombs martial artist clad in leather armor and wielding a Chongdao glared at Fong Ping with a cold expression. The other party was hot on his heels, not even caring about the dead martial artist's corpse. This luck of mine, Fong Ping had never fought with a middle-ranked martial artist before, and he did not dare to recklessly fight the other party. He could only flee. Although middle-ranked martial artists often fought in the grinder, middle-ranked martial artists were not cabbages. Compared to such a big place, it was still difficult to encounter them. Most of them were lower rank, 3 martial artists. Fong Ping did not expect to encounter a middle-ranked martial artist as soon as he arrived. What bad luck. That bastard Big Lion even wants me to do the mission alone. I can encounter middle-ranked martial artists so easily. This is 2F** King dangerous. Fong Ping cursed in his heart. During class, the teacher had also said that middle-ranked martial artists were the backbone of the catacombs and humans. They were rarely seen, and most of them were lower rank, 3 martial artists in the wild. But now, previously at the military camp, there was a bunch of middle-ranked martial artists. Now he was walking around randomly, and he encountered another one. Was this rare? This was called being seen everywhere, okay? How did those early-stage, rank, 3 martial artists in the past survive? Fong Ping was extremely depressed. It was so dangerous. Did that mean that early-stage, rank, 3 martial artists would die the moment they entered? While Fong Ping was being pursued, to the left, more than 10 kilometers away from him, Tang Feng frowned and said in a low voice, "Is Skygate City about to make a big move?" There are more middle-ranked martial artists than before. As he said that, Tang Feng continued, "Don't panic if you encounter a middle-ranked martial artist. Among our martial artists, there are middle-ranked ones hunting too. You can run back to ask for help. The chances of encountering our middle-ranked martial artists are high. The other party won't dare to keep chasing you. Remember, if you encounter a middle-ranked martial artist, don't run too deep. The appearance of the other party's middle-ranked martial artists means that the chances of our middle-ranked martial artists appearing in front of you are low. Also, the deeper you go, the more powerhouses there are in Skygate City. Don't run away recklessly." Everyone nodded. They understood this principle. Chapter 240. The Grinder. Although Fong Ping's speed was not slow, the catacombs martial artist chasing after him was a middle-ranked martial artist. His speed was also extremely fast. Fong Ping's heart was filled with anger. Tang Feng's reprimand was enough. Fu Chongding and the others also felt that it was not a good thing for him to team up with them. Then he was left behind by Tang Feng. Then he was ambushed and almost had his throat pierced. Now a middle-ranked martial artist was chasing after him relentlessly, wanting to kill him. How was he supposed to reason? "Did I kill your lover?" Fong Ping turned his head and scolded. He did not care if the other party could understand him. He gave him the middle finger. "Keep chasing. Let's see who can outlast the other." It had to be said that body language was always the best way to express oneself. When Fong Ping showed his disdain and gave him the middle finger, the martial artist's originally cold face suddenly filled with anger, and he suddenly sped up. When Fong Ping saw this, he was shocked. He hurriedly released his vitality and ran away. Just you wait. Do you really think a rank for martial artist vitality is much higher than mine? When your vitality is exhausted, I'll kill you. Fong Ping ran like the wind. His manic explosion was actually only average. Until now, he could only perform 4 consecutive outbursts. However, Fong Ping's cloud step was not weak. When he released an outburst, he could probably run at a speed close to 30 meters per second. If he could sustain this speed, he could reach 108 kilometers per hour. It was extremely rare for martial artists in the 3 lower ranks to reach such a high outburst speed. Of course, the vitality consumption was not low either. Just as Fong Ping was frantically running away, he suddenly felt energy particles fluctuating in front of him. Fong Ping was shocked and quickly turned. The moment he turned, the air vibrated. A spear pierced through the air with an explosive sound. Another one. Fong Ping was shocked. Another rank 4. Had he entered a thief's lair? Thinking about it, Fong Ping still ran away hurriedly. There were 2 rank 4 martial artists. There was no way he could fight them. Just as he escaped the spear's attack range, a martial artist with some black paint on his face jumped out from the bushes and quickly communicated with the martial artist chasing Fong Ping. Fong Ping did not listen. He would not understand even if he did. He only knew that he was in trouble. In the grinder, there were enemies everywhere. If one were to run around randomly here, it would be very easy to encounter the other party's cultivators. If one continued running like this, they might not be able to shake off their opponents before they were surrounded and killed. I have to think of a way. What about the human warriors? Fong Ping was slightly anxious. Weren't there very few middle ranks? Damn it, there were already 2 of them. Looking around, it was all grassland, but there was a shadowy area on the left. Forest? Fong Ping was a little hesitant. During the lessons, including during the practical period, the instructors had always told him not to enter the forest. The forest was a good place to seek refuge, but it was also a good place to seek death. It was not just a problem for the catacombs martial artists. Some of the catacombs creatures were also extremely dangerous. In the forest, he might encounter opponents more terrifying than martial artists. Should I enter the forest? Big Lion, you bastard, come and save me. Fong Ping wanted to cry, but had no tears. He tilted his head to look at the 2 martial artists who were hot on his heels. If this went on, who knew how many more martial artists would be lured out? The catacombs martial artists were not stupid. If they were not completely confident, they would not chase after their opponents without restraint. Now that they were chasing him relentlessly, it was very possible that he had really entered a den of thieves. Otherwise, in the grinder, these catacombs martial artists would also have to be careful of being ambushed by human martial artists. I have to enter, even if I don't want to. I don't know how many martial artists are hiding in the bushes within a radius of tens of miles. I might lure a whole bunch of them out later. Fong Ping's expression kept changing. Just as he was about to enter the forest, martial artists appeared in his surroundings again. #Yen. Fong Ping did not know how the other party communicated. Soon, 4 or 5 martial artists appeared around Fong Ping and began to chase after him. Whoosh! Fong Ping was running toward the forest on the left with all his might when he suddenly heard the sound of something slicing through the air. Fong Ping's expression changed. With a roar, he disappeared on the spot, instantly, his face slightly pale. Behind him, a long arrow carrying a blood-red glow instantly smashed the surrounding vegetation into pieces. Damn it! Fong Ping's expression was no longer dejected, but solemn. He had encountered a rank 4 archer. Releasing vitality and leaving the body with an arrow was at least a rank 4 martial artist's patent. On Earth, there were very few martial artists who learned archery. The main reason was that martial artists in the 3 lower ranks, even those at upper stage and peak rank 3, found it difficult to leave the body with an arrow. If they could not do this, the the lethality of a bow and arrow would be limited. Therefore, martial artists in the 3 lower ranks would almost never learn this. Everyone was very short on time and did not even have enough time to cultivate combat techniques. Where would they find the time to learn archery? However, once they entered the middle ranks, vitality would leave the body and be shot with an arrow, and the lethality would not be low. If an upper stage rank 3 martial artist like Fong Ping was shot in a vital spot, he would also die. Even if it hit somewhere else, a rank 4 martial artist vitality could still break through his defense and injure him. Whoosh! Just as Fong Ping dodged the arrow, another arrow was shot from behind. Bastard! Fong Ping cursed angrily. His footsteps trembled again, and his figure appeared 10 meters away. His face paled again, but it quickly recovered its rosy color. 3 rank for martial artists, plus a few martial artists in the 3 lower ranks. There was even a long-range archer among them. This lineup was enough to surround and kill a rank 4 or 5 martial artist. Fong Ping did not hesitate. His legs were like a phantom, and he sprinted toward the forest in front of him. As for vitality consumption, no one cared about that at this time. After dodging a few arrows in a row, Fong Ping was already close to the forest. At this moment, he had already shaken off the few lower-ranked martial artists, but the 3 middle-ranked martial artists were hot on his heels. The catacombs martial artists also realized that they might have caught a big fish. A rank 3 martial artist who could escape the pursuit of 3 big rank for martial artists. A martial artist like this, the weaker he was, the more he needed to be killed. Otherwise, when the other party entered the middle ranks, it would be terrible. None of the 3 rank 4 martial artists gave up. Even the catacombs martial artists would not enter the forest easily. At this moment, however, the moment Fong Ping entered, the 3 of them rushed straight in without hesitation. Phew! Fong Ping panted softly. He wandered around the forest. At this time, he did not care if he got lost or not. He did not even know where he was being chased to. It did not matter where he went. After slightly recovering his chi, Fong Ping leaped into the air and landed on the crown of a large tree. The animals and plants in the catacombs were huge, and so were the trees. This did not look like an old forest deep in the mountains, but the trees were already incomparably huge. Fong Ping hid his body under the leaves, held his breath, and restrained his vitality. Creak! In the forest, there was a faint sound of a tree snapping. Fong Ping concentrated and calmed his chi. He looked in the direction of the sound from the corner of his eyes. The catacombs martial artists had chased him in. Jiliagu, the other party's discussion, could be heard faintly. Fong Ping could not understand, so he could only guess. Split up. In the next moment, Fong Ping's jaw dropped. The 3 rank 4 martial artists in his line of sight had really split up. F*CK, I'm a language genius. Fong Ping's thoughts were a little scattered. He could even guess this. Among them, the saber-wielding martial artist who had been chasing Fong Ping after killing the martial artist earlier was now walking in the direction where Fong Ping was hiding. Of the other 2, one was holding a gun and had black paint on his face. As for the last person, he was holding a bow in his hand and carrying a quiver on his back. Most importantly, it was a woman. Fong Ping was sure that he did not see wrong. It was a woman. If close combat isn't enough, will long-range combat make up for it? Fong Ping retracted his gaze. These rank 4 martial artist senses were not weak. If they stared for a long time, they would be able to sense it. What do I do now? These people will find out sooner or later. The catacombs martial artists were not fools. These people rarely looked at other parts of the forest. They only stared at the treetops. As for those martial artists who only looked at the ground in Fong Ping's imagination, the 3 of them did not do that. It'll be hard to ambush them. I'll be discovered as soon as I move. I'm no match for 3 rank 4 martial artists. If I'm discovered, I'll be surrounded and my path blocked. It'll be hard to escape. Fong Ping was a little irritated. He was getting more and more annoyed with Big Lion. What happened to the saying that there were not many middle-ranked martial artists? In reality, Fang Ping did not know that he had already gone far beyond the 30-kilometer range. After running for his life just now, he was now within the 50-kilometer range. This place was more than 30 kilometers away from Skygate City. It belonged to Skygate City's hunting area. Usually, it would be fine if upper stage, rank 3 martial artists approached this area. Recently, however, the situation in the catacombs had changed. There were more and more middle-ranked martial artists here. This caused Fang Ping to panic and run into 3 middle-ranked martial artists in no time. Seeing the saber-wielding martial artist getting closer and closer, Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. He glanced at the other 2 martial artists from the corner of his eyes. If I'm more than 50 meters away, I'll need 2 seconds to rush over with an outburst. But with the trees in the way, I'll need at least 3 to 4 seconds. 3 to 4 seconds. Can I kill this guy? Fang Ping's thoughts ran wild. This was not a middle stage rank 3 martial artist. This was a rank 4 martial artist. How could he be so easy to kill? If it was so easy to kill, he would not have run earlier. My advantage is that my vitality can be replenished quickly. Martial artists in the 3 middle ranks, unless they're peak rank 6 and have strong mentality, can ignore vitality. Other martial artists have to consider this. Rank 4 martial artists have 2,000 calories vitality, which is the limit. Geniuses aren't everywhere. Not everyone can break through the limit. This guy has been chasing me for so long. I've used up close to 500 calories vitality. Even if he has less than me, he's probably at least 200 to 300 calories, but it's still too little. Fang Ping frowned. Such a small amount of vitality was not very useful. Moreover, there were 3 people here. It was not good to use force. I have to separate them and kill them individually. I'll pretend that my vitality is exhausted. Yes, these people don't know that my vitality is unlimited. I've already used up a lot of energy. Later, I'll ambush this person and exchange a few blows with him. Then, I'll pretend that I'm going all out. Then, I'll run away quickly and make them separate. Thinking of this, Fang Ping saw that the other party was almost at his side. He gripped his Changdao tightly and prepared to attack. In the next moment, when the saber-wielding martial artist had just reached the big tree where Fang Ping was, Fang Ping descended quickly from above. His Changdao glowed red, and he slashed down violently. The other party had been on guard. Seeing this, he was not surprised but delighted. With a low growl, his Changdao glowed even brighter than Fang Ping's and slashed down. Bang! A loud noise was heard. Fang Ping's perlicue split open, but he did not hesitate. He raised his saber and slashed down again. Bang bang! Sounds echoed through the forest. The saber-wielding catacombs martial artist's expression was solemn, but he did not panic. When a rank 3 martial artist was surrounded by 3 rank 4 martial artists, using a big move was basically asking for death. Even if they could stop him for a while, the others could quickly kill this martial artist who had exhausted his vitality regardless of the consequences. Kuji, wua, the saber-wielding martial artist said coldly as he counterattacked. Exhausted your limited abilities? Fang Ping helped to translate, but his expression was one of grief and indignation. If you understand what I'm saying, I'll consider you powerful. If you don't, I'll tell you that you'll be the first one I kill later. Don't think that I've exhausted a lot of vitality. My vitality will be full soon, and I'll kill you. The 4 consecutive slashes hit twice in a row. Fang Ping did not feel good, and the other party took a few steps back. At this time, the other 2 people had closed in quickly. Fang Ping's face was pale. He did not get entangled. In the next moment, he stepped on the trees and quickly fled into the depths of the forest. The 3 catacombs martial artists met. As they chased, the saber-wielding martial artist said something in a low voice. He was probably explaining Fang Ping's situation. Fang Ping had slashed 8 times in a row earlier. Even if he was a rank 4 martial artist, his perlicue was torn and blood flowed. If he was like this, Fong Ping was even worse. A rank 3 martial artist's vitality was probably close to the danger line. If they did not chase now, the other party could still recover slowly. However, if they ran so hard, they would not even have time to recover. In the eyes of the 3, this martial artist who came from the land of hope would definitely die. The 3 of them chased after him, all the way into the depths of the forest. At the same time, outside the forest, Huang Jing stopped slowly. He looked coldly at the long-haired youth who was walking in the air not far away. Although he was a youth, the other party's eyes were extremely deep. "I've met a big guy," Huang Jing mumbled. Sky Gate City was probably about to launch an attack. A high-rank powerhouse had actually appeared in the core area of the grinder. High-rank powerhouses, including human grandmaster martial artists, would rarely appear in the grinder unless it was a big battle. This was the training ground that both sides had agreed to. It was prepared for middle and lower-ranked martial artists. The appearance of a high-rank powerhouse also meant that a big battle was about to begin. They had begun to clean up the enemy martial artists who crossed ranks. "If Lu Fengru finds out that I lost her student," Huang Jing mumbled dryly, "that kid insisted on running deeper. You can't blame me, can you?" He had seen Fong Ping when he left the team alone. In the end, he saw the kid running further and further away. Huang Jing did not know what Fong Ping was thinking. When he saw Fong Ping being surrounded by a few rank 4s, he had just appeared when someone came from the opposite side. He watched helplessly as Fong Ping entered the forest, followed by the 3 rank 4 martial artists. Huang Jing was helpless. He really did not King lose him on purpose, who knew that a high-ranked martial artist would come from the opposite side. This is troublesome. Sighing softly, Huang Jing stopped nagging. In the next second, both of them appeared in midair at the same time. With a loud rumble, the weeds on the ground were all reduced to dust. Within a radius of 20 to 30 meters, it became an empty no-man's land. Huang Jing let out a low roar. A golden light flashed across his face. In front of his eyes, an invisible sharp blade appeared, as if it was going to cut the void open. The young-looking man opposite him did not change his expression. He let out a low roar. A tiger's roar came from the sky, and he pounced on Huang Jing. This isn't enough. The invisible sharp blades in front of Huang Jing shot out one after another. Between the 2 of them, there was a loud sound of metal exploding. The aftermath spread. The soil on the ground caved in. The weeds seemed to be cut by an invisible force, spreading outwards rapidly, forming a larger empty area. While Huang Jing was fighting with his opponent's mentality, he did not stay idle. He stepped into the air and went straight for his opponent. Boom! An even louder roar sounded. Both of them fell to the ground at the same time, kicking up a shower of soil under their feet. The place where both of them stood had created a huge pit. "Looks like there's still a chance. If that kid can hold on a little longer, he might be able to kill you." Huang Jing grinned. Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. "Mother ***, you're bullying me with numbers." After cursing, Huang Jing's figure moved. The air crackled. At this moment, his speed had exceeded the speed of sound. At a speed invisible to the naked eye, Huang Jing appeared on top of his opponent's head. Both of his hands were blood-red. In the void above his opponent's head, Huang Jing roared and tore at both sides abruptly. The catacombs' high-ranked youth's face flushed red instantly. The top of his head turned from invisible to tangible. A ferocious tiger-like beast was being torn apart by Huang Jing's hands. "Kagu!" In the next moment, the youth roared. The ferocious tiger above his head also roared violently, pouncing toward Huang Jing madly. "You're too inexperienced." Huang Jing laughed heartily. Invisible sharp blades appeared in front of him again, hitting the already translucent ferocious tiger beast with loud bangs. The speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious tiger beast was sliced by the sharp blades until it looked a little illusory. At this moment, a silhouette flew over in midair from afar. Huang Jing humphed. There were two great high-ranked martial artists. He was alone. If he stayed, he would only be courting death. However, even if he retreated, he could not just leave like this. Two great high-ranked martial artists had appeared in Skygate City. This was not a small matter. There were hundreds and thousands of human middle and low-ranked martial artists here at the grinder. With two great high-ranked martial artists here, if he left, there would be countless casualties. Old Ko didn't even respond. How is he keeping watch? Huang Jing cursed in his heart. There were also grandmasters keeping watch here at the grinder. Now that the other party had not come to rescue them, they might also be entangled. He did not think too much about this. There were many human grandmasters. If he kept these two occupied, there would soon be grandmasters coming to stop the opposing high-ranked powerhouses. Ha! Huang Jing roared. His hands exerted force again. With a crack, the ferocious tiger was torn apart. In the next moment, Huang Jing's face turned pale as well. He quickly retreated to the left. He did not retreat backward. The high-ranked powerhouse who had just arrived let out a low growl when he saw this. The pale-faced youth on the ground hit his head and stepped into the air, chasing after Huang Jing. The other party did not return to Hope City. Instead, he fled to the left. Both of them knew what he meant. He wanted to lure them into a pursuit. However, with two great high ranks here, they were not afraid of Huang Jing. Although the high-ranked youth's mentality had been torn apart earlier, and he was quite injured, Huang Jing was definitely not as relaxed as he appeared to be. Both of them chased after Huang Jing at lightning speed. It was not until the three of them had left that some martial artists carefully walked out from around the grasslands. Chapter 241. In the depths of the forest, Fang Ping roared. His face was pale as a sheet, and he unleashed the consecutive slashes again. Come on, keep chasing. Fang Ping roared. Then, realizing that the other party did not understand, he immediately changed his language and shouted, Nai Gukali! The saber-wielding martial artist, who took on Fang Ping's 4 slashes, once again was stunned. He could not help but turn his head to look at the other two, who were about to catch up. The three of them looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with confusion. Very quickly, however, the three of them stopped thinking about this. The saber-wielding martial artist Chang Dao erupted with a crimson, blood-red glow, slashing horizontally at Fang Ping. Fang Ping roared, Nyagukali! According to Old Man Li, this was a serious provocation. Now that things had come to this, Fang Ping was deliberately provoking the other party, especially this saber-wielding martial artist. This bastard had chased him for so long, and he had killed him time and time again. His strength was only SO. If it were not for the 3 rank 4 surrounding him, Fang Ping really wanted to exhaust him to death. In the end, this provocation might have come too fiercely. Just as he shouted these words, the saber-wielding martial artist suddenly revealed a look of contempt and disdain. In the next moment, the saber-wielding martial artist's saber flickered with a bloody light, and the stench of blood could almost be smelled. Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. He had been negligent. He could go big, but it wasn't like his opponent couldn't. Fang Ping did not dare to take the attack head-on. He turned around and ran. Even though he was running as fast as he could, Fang Ping still felt his back being torn apart. His internal organs were severely injured. He staggered as he fled into the distance. The saber-wielding martial artist's face paled slightly. Fang Ping was fast enough to avoid being hit head-on. Only his back was hit by the saber's glare. If Fang Ping had taken it head-on just now, this slash would have been enough to severely injure or even kill him. Pooh! Fang Ping spat out a mouthful of tainted blood. He held the resurrection pill in his hand, but he could not bring himself to consume it. He had only exchanged for one, and this was just the beginning. Now that he had used it, what should he do next? Big Lion, damn you. Didn't you say that there were not many middle-ranked martial artists? Fang Ping cursed again. It was too infuriating. Upper stage rank. 3 martial artists were hanging around 50 kilometers away. He was only 30 kilometers away. Wait, am I really 30 kilometers away? Fang Ping began to doubt himself. He had been running for so long. Could it be that he had gone deeper? Mountain forest. Mountain forest. Fang Ping started recalling the sand table he had seen at the martial arts university. Where's the forest again? North of Hope City, the front, there are a total of 6 forests. None of them are within 10 kilometers. All of them have been chopped down. There are 2 within 30 kilometers. But I don't think I'm within 30 kilometers. That leaves 4. Which forest am I in? Fang Ping's head was as big as a cow's. Then his face turned even paler. That's not right. There aren't any forests in the north. North is the marching route of the 2 armies. There are no forests. I went the wrong way. In the straight line between the 2 cities, there were no forests. There were mountains, small hills, but there were no trees. They had all been cut down. Only on the 2 flanks were there forests. There are 2 in the northeast and 2 in the northwest. Where am I? Fang Ping was at a loss. Right, which way was north? Of course. He knew which way was north on the map, but he was dizzy from running. Which way was north? He had circled the forest countless times. Where was the north? Hope City was in the south. Where was the south? I'm lost. We're finished this time. Fang Ping could not care less about the 3 people chasing after him. If he got lost in the catacombs, he would be finished. Just as Fang Ping was vomiting blood and panicking about getting lost, the sky that had been bright earlier suddenly turned dark. It was dark. Night had arrived. Once night arrived, the 3 martial artists chasing after him were overjoyed. The tough guy in front of them should be dead now. Middle-ranked martial artists had night vision and could see very clearly at night. As for martial artists of the 3 lower ranks, even peak rank 3, they could only see blurry. Once night arrived, the other party's vision would not be as clear as theirs. It would be strange if they did not die. Night has arrived. Fang Ping expended a lot of vitality again. He flashed and leaped, shaking off the people behind him. He ran a long distance, almost crashing into a tree. After much effort, he found a big tree and hid at the top. The night in the catacombs is too dark, and it comes too quickly. There was a clear distinction between day and night in the catacombs. There was no evening, no rising sun, and no setting sun. The big sun above his head seemed to change direction suddenly, turning from day to night. This was the sunrise and sunset in the catacombs, completed in the blink of an eye. After calming his restless vitality, Fang Ping touched his back. Fortunately, he was wearing a rank for leather armor. The saber glow did not penetrate the armor, but Fang Ping knew that his back was already a bloody mess from the saber glow, sticking together with his underwear. I'm afraid they think that my night vision is bad, so they'll definitely take action at night. Fang Ping calculated in his heart again. I don't rely on my vision, but on sensing energy particles. It's not obvious in the day, but with the sun, energy particles fill every corner. At night, when the sun is gone, I can sense it more clearly. Like last night, I could sense grandmasters high up in the sky. In the catacombs, mentality is more active. If they think that I can't see and can kill me, just wait and see. Fang Ping narrowed his eyes. Maybe this was his chance. In the dark, even rank 4 martial artists would be greatly affected. Seeing people was not as beneficial as seeing energy particles. If I kill 3 rank 4 martial artists and say that I'm useless, I'll kill all of them. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Then he thought of Big Lion abandoning him. Maybe he went the wrong way, but it was also Big Lion's responsibility. Abandoning me and running away. will settle this score. Fang Ping muttered, once again restoring his vitality and mentality to full. Only 78 million left. Fang Ping looked at his wealth, feeling a little heartache. In just a short while he had spent 1 million wealth points. Unfortunately, the things he got were not calculated for his wealth points. If this went on, if he was constantly being hunted, did it not mean that his wealth points would never increase? Is this a reminder that I can die at any time and can't keep my things? Not thinking about this anymore, Fang Ping held his breath and maintained a state of silence. While the mountain forest was quiet, in the distance outside the forest, there was a constant roar. High-ranked powerhouses were fighting. Fang Ping did not know that at this moment, more than 30 li to his left, many high-ranked powerhouses had gathered and were engaged in a chaotic battle. Tang Feng was right about one thing. In the catacombs, it was best to rely on oneself and the protection of instructors. Relying on others for protection was not reliable. These people could encounter powerhouses at any time and a great battle would break out. After resting for half an hour, Fang Ping did not continue hiding. I can't give that saber-wielding martial artist time to recover. Moreover, the cultivation-aiding energy stones are my spoils of war. Thinking of this, Fang Ping jumped down from the big tree and deliberately stepped on a branch, making a crisp, crunching sound in the dark night. At this time, Fang Ping tore a few strips of cloth from his body and threw them in 3 directions behind the big tree. He himself rushed in the direction where the energy particles were moving. When he was about 50 meters away from the energy particles, Fang Ping lightly leaped onto the treetop and did not make a sound. Very quickly, 3 martial artists swept past him at high speed. When they reached the tree Fang Ping had been on earlier, they clearly saw the strip of cloth, but they did not rush to give chase. The saber-wielding martial artist leaped into the air and slashed at the crown of the tree Fang Ping had been on earlier. When the saber-wielding martial artist landed, he shook his head slightly. Fang Ping also saw this action. He did not see the person. Right now, he could not see the few people dozens of meters away. He only saw that the energy particles on one of the people's heads were shaking. Interesting. I haven't experienced such benefits before. Fang Ping thought it was interesting. Moreover, there were differences in the distribution of energy particles in the human body. There were very few on the head, most on the limbs, and most on the torso. Is it an X-ray? Fang Ping made an analogy for the perception of mentality, and it was quite similar. When they did not see Fang Ping on the big tree, the 3 of them discussed in low voices for a while. Then they patrolled the surrounding trees, but still did not see Fang Ping. Their patrolling range was within 10 meters. Obviously, these people felt that if Fang Ping really wanted to hide, he should hide in a place where he could see them, and not in a place where he could not see them. When they did not find Fang Ping, the 3 of them discussed in low voices again. 2 of them split up and searched in the direction of the strips of cloth. The other person, on the other hand, made light movements. He leaped into the air and landed on the tree Fang Ping had just left. Obviously, the catacombs martial artists also knew the principle of waiting for a hare to come to them. The one left is a saber-wielding martial artist. Fang Ping was slightly surprised. The reason why he made this judgment was because the concentration of the other person's energy particles was slightly lower than the other 2. Obviously, the other person did not fully replenish his vitality during the battle of attrition during the day. After waiting for about 2 minutes, Fang Ping was not in a hurry to find trouble with this fellow. Instead, he turned and searched in another direction. When he sensed that the other person's energy particles were really moving forward, Fang Ping chased in another direction. These catacombs martial artists were not idiots. Fang Ping had to be wary of the 3 of them setting a trap for him. In the end, Fang Ping did not sense the existence of energy particles in the second direction. Bastard! They really set a trap for me. Fake and real, they really have a way. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. There was no need to guess. The second person was probably near the saber-wielding martial artist. It would not be more than 100 meters away. If that's the case, then I'll look for the one who's alone. Fang Ping hesitated no more. He quickly chased in the direction where he sensed the energy particles moving. 3 minutes later, Fang Ping caught up with the other person. He was about 100 meters away from the other person. This place was close to 1,000 meters away from where he had been previously. In the middle of the night, if the two people heard the noise and chased over, it would probably take about 1 or 2 minutes. 1 or 2 minutes, 4 slashes per second. That's enough for me to slash 500 times. I should be able to kill him, right? Fang Ping calculated in his heart again. It was certain that rank 4 martial artists were stronger than rank 3 martial artists. The other party could also unleash an outburst, and the power of the outburst would be stronger than his. However, as long as he was careful not to be killed instantly by the other party's big move, the other party would definitely not be able to wear him down. Rank 4 martial artists hone their internal organs. Their vitality is stronger than mine. This advantage is useless. Although their physique is stronger than mine, there's a limit to how strong they are. They haven't achieved 5% of a rank 6 golden body. Qin Feng Qing and these people have killed rank for martial artists before. This means that although rank 4 martial artists are strong, they can still be killed. After considering the pros and cons, Fang Ping made a decision. He did not ambush from the back. Fang Ping took a detour to the front. Less than 100 meters away from the martial artist, Fang Ping leaned against a big tree and groaned softly. The cluster of energy particles in his perception paused for a moment. Then it slowly moved toward Fang Ping. When it was about 30 meters away from Fang Ping, the other party must have seen Fang Ping clearly. His movements became lighter again. 30 meters. Under the night sky, rank 3 martial artists could not see it. This was also the experience of many years. Fang Ping did not look at him. With his back facing the other party, he used his mentality to sense. His mentality could not be released, but he could form strands of mentality to detect energy. That spear-wielding martial artist, Fang Ping, made a judgment. The long stick-like object in the other party's hand was now beginning to accumulate energy. Energy particles float on it. Archers and sabers, stay where you are. This guy is confident that he can come out alone to kill me. As Fang Ping thought about this, the Changdao in his hand found the best angle to attack. The other party kept moving toward him lightly. Obviously, he wanted to kill Fang Ping more easily. Fang Ping waited until the other party was about 10 meters away from him. Suddenly, his feet moved, and he appeared in midair. At the same time, the other party's long spear pierced the tree trunk at lightning speed. The trunk of the big tree exploded. Fang Ping was waiting for this opportunity. While the other party was pulling out the spear, the Changdao flashed with a blood-red glow. He swooped down and quickly beheaded the other party's head. The other party roared, pulled back his spear, and quickly counterattacked. However, Fang Ping did not care whether he blocked or counterattacked. The blood-red glow of the Changdao burst with a dazzling light. It did not matter whether it hit the head or the long spear. He only knew that he kept slashing without stopping. The other party was temporarily unable to fight back from Fang Ping's quick slashes. He could only choose to continue defending. No matter how strong a rank 3 martial artist was, there was still a limit. If 10 slashes could not kill him, Fang Ping could not escape. As a result, after Fang Ping slashed dozens of times, the other party was slightly stunned. This was the opportunity Fang Ping had been waiting for. In the moment when the other party was slightly stunned, a blood arrow suddenly shot out of Fang Ping's mouth, heading straight for the other party's eye socket. At this moment, the other party was defending against Fang Ping's big move. When he saw the blood arrow shooting toward him, his first reaction was to tilt his head slightly to avoid the blood arrow splashing into his eyes and blocking his vision. When he tilted his head, the blood arrow's target changed from his eye socket to his cheek. The other party did not consider retreating and completely avoided the blood arrow. It was also because of this choice mistake that, in the next moment, the blood arrow pierced through his cheek like a sharp blade. Then, the blood arrow went straight from his cheek to his brain. Ah! A cry of pain made the long spear in the other party's hand stop. Fong Ping did not hesitate. With a roar, the Chongdao moved like a shadow, slashing horizontally at the other party's neck in an instant. Pooh! In the darkness, a ball-shaped object flew out. Fong Ping hurriedly grabbed the long spear and quickly searched the other party's body. When he found a small cloth bag, he quickly stuffed it into his arms and took off the medal on the other party's chest. This was a symbol of killing the enemy. Just as he was about to leave, Fong Ping suddenly walked quickly to the place where the other party's head had fallen. He gritted his teeth and stomped down hard. A loud bang was heard. The blood arrow method was his secret technique. He could not let the other two people know how this guy had died. In the next moment, Fong Ping left quickly, disappearing from the spot in the blink of an eye. Not long after he disappeared, two martial artists, one male and one female, had already bounced over. When they saw the headless corpse on the ground, clearly their expressions changed. They huddled together with their backs against each other, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Fong Ping did not care about their reactions. After finding a new place, Fong Ping observed his surroundings. He used his saber to make a few slashes on a big tree. He quickly swept away the fallen leaves on the ground and buried the long sword and long spear that he had snatched earlier. I hope I won't get lost. I hope I can find this place. Please don't lose it. Fong Ping prayed a few times. It was fine if he had lost the long sword. Fong Ping looked at the long spear. It was at least D-class alloy strength, maybe even C-class alloy strength. The spear's shaft was made of metal and weighed at least 30 caddies. This was a truly valuable item, perhaps even more valuable than his Feng's widow. If he lost this, Fong Ping would cry himself to death. After burying the spear and sword, Fong Ping gritted his teeth and said, "I've killed a rank for a martial artist. Let's see what you have to say this time." After saying this, Fong Ping turned and sprinted in the direction he had just left. The chances of the two of them splitting up now were not high. The archer's ability to perform at night in the forest would be severely affected. The saber-wielding martial artist had expended a lot of vitality. If he wanted to kill the two of them, he only had this chance tonight. When it was daytime, Fong Ping's advantage would be greatly reduced. Very soon, a chase took place in the forest. Fong Ping was like an unkillable cockroach, constantly attacking the two of them. When he missed, he would retreat quickly and disappear into the forest in no time. Even though he was entangled by the other party a few times and had many injuries on his body, the superficial wounds were harmless. After 2 to 3 hours of entanglement, the 2 rank for martial artist vitality was also depleted. At this time, the 2 catacombs rank for martial artists' only thought was to retreat out of the forest. They were in big trouble. Fong Ping used a big move the moment he met them. They had no idea how many times Fong Ping had used a big move. However, every time they met, his vitality was full. Although Fong Ping could not understand what the two of them were shouting, he guessed that it might be something along the lines of cheater. Of course, it was pure speculation. The two of them were probably terrified. Even if a rank 6 powerhouse's vitality was depleted, it would not recover so quickly. The chase continued until late at night. According to Fong Ping's estimation, it might be dawn soon. At this moment, Fong Ping's face was full of exhaustion. There were many wounds on his body, and his internal organs were also seriously injured. The 2 rank for martial artists did not really let him ambush them. There were a few times when they pretended not to know. The most dangerous time was when the female archer almost pierced Fong Ping's heart with her dagger. Fortunately, he was wearing leather armor, which blocked part of the attack. Even so, Fong Ping's leather armor was still pierced, and the dagger stabbed a little into his chest. Huff! Fong Ping panted violently, mumbling, "I must kill them at night. More catacombs martial artists might enter during the day. I might have really entered the other party's territory, killing 3 rank for martial artists killing above ranks. When Big Lion kills 3 grandmasters, only then will he have the face to look down on me." Fong Ping was still angry. He was obviously still unhappy about what happened during the day, causing him to be on the run for an entire day. That was fine, but the key was the terrifying consumption of wealth. Mentality and vitality needed to be replenished. Every time vitality and mentality was depleted, it was close to 5 million wealth. That night, Fong Ping replenished his energy 8 times. In addition to the previous consumption, it had exceeded 13 million wealth. The last time it was so depleted was to kill the Grand Missionary. Of course, Fong Ping felt that he could replenish it very soon. The 3 rank 4 martial artists would have a lot of good stuff on them. Weapons alone would probably be enough to make up for his losses. After killing the 2 of them, I have to return to Hope City as soon as possible. I'm not afraid of embarrassing myself if I go back now. I'm just afraid. A hint of worry appeared in Fong Ping's eyes. What was there to be afraid of? Afraid of not being able to find the way back. He seemed to have gone a long way into the forest. Could he really tell the direction by running around in the middle of the night? Chapter 242. A few minutes later, Fong Ping reappeared, holding his saber horizontally in front of them. Nyagukali. Fong Ping's expression was provocative, but the 2 people opposite him were furious. They felt like they were being toyed with. Kagu. The saber-wielding martial artist's shoulder was bleeding profusely. Fong Ping's saber had almost severed his arm. However, at this moment, the saber-wielding martial artist was furious. In the catacombs, when catacombs martial artists and human martial artists met, it was a fight to the death. If one could not escape, they could only fight to the death. He did not believe that a rank 3 martial artist could not be killed. Although Fong Ping's vitality was strong and his recovery rate was shocking, it did not mean that he could not be killed. It was just that the 3 rank 4 martial artists had underestimated him, resulting in the current situation. In the next moment, the blood-red glow on the saber-wielding martial artist's Chang Dao reached its limit, illuminating the darkness. Seeing this, Fong Ping did not say a word. He turned and ran. He could not block a rank for martial artist's big move. Just as Fong Ping turned and ran, the female archer suddenly moved. A long arrow with a dazzling glow blocked Fong Ping's way forward. Behind him, the saber-wielding martial artist quickly caught up to Fong Ping. Fong Ping had fled halfway in the few times he risked his life. Did he really think that they were not prepared? Fong Ping, however, had made up his mind not to take the attack head-on. His toes touched the ground, and he jumped up, stepping on the trunk of the big tree beside him, continuing his escape. However, Fong Ping had really underestimated a rank for martial artist, especially one who was on the verge of death and fighting to the death. The catacombs martial artists had killed human martial artists countless times. How could they be so weak? Just as Fong Ping stepped on the tree trunk and sprinted forward, the arrow shot by the female archer suddenly changed direction, appearing behind Fong Ping in the blink of an eye. Fong Ping's hair stood on end. His mentality kept warning him, danger, homing arrow. These 3 words flashed across Fong Ping's mind, and his expression changed drastically. With a roar, Fong Ping's spine hummed, and a blood-red glow flashed behind him. That was Fong Ping mobilizing his vitality to form a vitality defense. You can't kill me. Perhaps Fong Ping was trying to boost his confidence. He let out an angry roar, but before his voice faded away, the long arrow had already hit his back. He had miscalculated this time. He did not expect the female archer's arrow to be able to change direction and track him. This had never happened before. Creak! It was as if the arrow had hit an alloy steel plate. The arrowhead made a creaking sound of metal rubbing against each other. However, this arrow was fired by a rank 4 female archer with all her might. Even if Fong Ping mobilized his vitality to defend himself, the creaking sound lasted for a while before the sound of flesh being pierced was heard. Fong Ping's face was pale, but it turned rosy in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the saber-wielding martial artist had already caught up with him. Without a word, the dazzling glow of the saber illuminated everything within a few meters of Fong Ping in red. Fong Ping gritted his teeth and moved his legs. Stepping on the void, he shifted his body to the right by force. However, the arrow had stopped him for a moment, and the other's glare still managed to hit Fong Ping's left arm. His left hand was instantly covered in blood. Droplets of blood dripped onto the withered leaves, dyeing them red. Fong Ping did not care. Now that the 2 rank 4 martial artists had unleashed their ultimate moves, their vitality was unstable. This was his chance. His opponent did not have a way to recover vitality as quickly as he did. Before he had even turned around, his right hand was already swinging the saber behind him. Boom! A loud sound of metal colliding was heard. The saber-wielding martial artist blocked the attack with his saber, then retreated quickly to meet up with the female archer. Both of them unleashed a large amount of vitality, prepared to kill Fong Ping in one blow. Who knew that they would still fall short of success? All of this was because Fong Ping's vitality recovered too quickly. While defending against the female archer's homing arrow, his vitality was constantly replenished, making up for the hole in his vitality defense. Although it was still broken through in the end, he was only injured and not killed directly. At that moment, if it had been anyone else, even a rank 4 who was hit by an arrow and used their vitality for defense, it would have been difficult for them to block the saber-wielding martial artist's move. Fong Ping, on the other hand, once again used a large amount of vitality to forcefully shift himself to the side, dodging another fatal blow. The 2 catacombs martial artists looked at each other. Their faces were pale and bitter. They were not weak. If it had been a rank 4 human martial artist, he would have been killed by them long ago. However, the person in front of them was far beyond their expectations. The other party might not be very strong, but his seemingly endless vitality allowed him to maintain his peak condition. When martial artists fought, most of the time the battle would end in a few minutes or even a few seconds. Just like now, after being entangled for a few hours, his mind was strained and his vitality was depleted. This kind of thing rarely happened. Fong Ping's saber swept across, forcing the enemy to retreat, but he did not chase after them. Gritting his teeth, Fong Ping's back muscles squirmed, squeezing out the arrow that had almost pierced his heart from his back. Blood spurted from the wound on his back. Fong Ping's muscles squirmed again, sealing the wound. The wound on his back was simply treated. His left hand had been penetrated by the saber. Now his meridians were damaged and his vitality was in a mess. Even if Fong Ping's vitality recovered, he would not be able to use his left hand to fight the enemy for a while. I have underestimated you. Fong Ping gritted his teeth, sweat dripping from his forehead. Your vitality is almost depleted. I don't want to let you escape. Bring more people to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping's Chongdao whistled through the air, sweeping toward the 2 of them. The 2 catacombs martial artists looked at each other. The saber-wielding martial artist suddenly said something. The female archer's expression changed, but she did not reply. The saber-wielding martial artist did not say anything else. Just as Fong Ping's Chongdao swept toward him, he unleashed the last of his vitality. A blood-red glow flashed in his hand, and he grabbed Fong Ping's Chongdao. With a roar, he dragged it backward. Fong Ping, who was a rank 3, was no match for the other party in terms of strength. He was instantly dragged backward. Of course, the other party was not feeling good either. His hand was already a bloody mess. After dragging a Chongdao, the other party did not continue. Instead, he closed the distance between him and Fong Ping. The saber-wielding martial artist moved his feet, pouncing toward Fang Ping. In the blink of an eye, he had grabbed Fang Ping's arms in a death grip. Kagu! The saber-wielding martial artist was already an arrow at the end of its flight. With a sudden roar, he had butted Fang Ping. As for the female archer who had not moved earlier, the bow in her hand was already fully drawn. Another arrow glowed with a dazzling blood-red glow, and the direction the arrow was aimed at was the two men's heads. Fang Ping's vision was blocked, so he could not see what was going on. However, his mentality could sense the fluctuations of energy. Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. He struggled for a while, but he could not break free from the other party's grasp. The saber-wielding martial artist wanted to perish together with him. Seeing that the other party's head was coming toward him, Fang Ping let out a low roar, and an arrow of blood spurted from his mouth. At such a close distance, the other party did not even bother to block. The arrow of blood pierced through his eye sockets and pierced through his skull. However, the saber-wielding martial artist was not dead yet. He was still holding on to Fang Ping in a death grip. Fang Ping had already sensed a strong sense of danger. He did not care if his neck would be broken. He tilted his head back as hard as he could. Just as he tilted his head back, the long arrow pierced through the saber-wielding martial artist's skull. It was still as fast as before, and it pierced through the tip of Fang Ping's nose. His nose felt a sharp pain, and it was wet. Fang Ping knew that his nose was probably disfigured, but at least his head was not pierced through. F***CK. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. He really did not expect these catacombs martial artists to be so ruthless. Seeing that the situation was deteriorating, the saber-wielding martial artist had actually chosen to perish together with his opponent. Thinking back on their earlier discussion, the saber-wielding martial artist had probably asked the female archer to shoot the two of them down with one arrow. At this moment, the saber-wielding martial artist was truly dead. Fang Ping elbowed him with his right hand, sending him flying a few meters away. Not far away, the female archer's face was now pale. Her vitality had been depleted, and she had unleashed 2 consecutive outbursts. At this moment, she was also at her limit. She could not even run. Seeing that Fang Ping was not dead, but his face was blood-red, the female archer's eyes showed a hint of despair. In the next moment, the female archer seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly reached into her waist and took out something from the cloth bag at her waist. She spat out a few mouthfuls of blood on it. The blood squirmed. In the blink of an eye, the pure energy particles in Fang Ping's mentality perception became a mess. Fang Ping also realized something. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll kill you." This woman had used her vitality force to contaminate the energy stone used for cultivation, turning it into a low-purity energy stone. She knew that she was going to die, but her first thought was to destroy the energy stone instead of letting Fang Ping gain anything. In his rage, Fang Ping wielded his saber and slashed at her. The female archer grinned, but she did not retaliate. Instead, she hit her own heart hard. The sound of shattering glass could be heard, and the female archer slowly fell to the ground. Fang Ping held a Chongdao in his hand. His entire body was covered in blood, but at this moment he stopped all his movements. His opponent had destroyed her own energy heart. The female archer's close-range combat ability was average. At this moment, her vitality was depleted, and she had nowhere to run. At this moment, her opponent destroyed the energy stone and shattered her own heart. How decisive! Fang Ping looked at his opponent's face, which was still filled with mockery and disdain, and suddenly felt a little lost. "Is this war?" Fang Ping murmured. "Even if I die, don't even think about getting anything from me." Just like during war, when soldiers were in despair, they would smash their own guns. Even if they died, they would not increase the enemy's spoils of war. Fang Ping did not say anything else. He collapsed to the ground, panting. 3 rank 4 martial artists were dead, but he was not in a good state either. His body was covered in wounds. Most importantly, his face might have been disfigured. Waves of pain came from his nose. Maybe my nose will turn upward, Fong Ping murmured. He took off the small military backpack on him, took out the resurrection pill and swallowed it. His internal organs were also severely injured. He had been holding on earlier, but now he had no choice but to take it. After taking the resurrection pill, Fong Ping drank some healing water and applied some ointment on his external wounds. In the military backpack, there were only a few medicinal pills left for healing purposes. This time, he did not bring too many medicinal pills. He did not bring a single vitality pill or something like that. One resurrection pill was also used to save his life. He did not expect to use it now. After resting for a while, Fong Ping got up and walked to the saber-wielding martial artist. He searched him for a while, took off his cloth bag and badge, and held the Chongdao in his hand. Then he went to the female archer and took off her cloth bag, badge, and bow and arrows. A few minutes later, this time he had killed 3 rank 4 martial artists and 1 rank 3 martial artist. At this moment, he had 2 weapons in his hands. One of them was a long saber that weighed more than 20 kilograms and was only as strong as a D-grade alloy. It was a rather exquisite bow. Unfortunately, the handle was made of wood, but it was very sturdy. It was unknown what kind of wood it was made of. The arrowheads of the 12 arrows were made of metal, and the shafts of the arrows were made of wood. Fong Ping did not know much about this, so he could not tell what kind of wood the arrows were made of. There are a total of 5 basic energy stones, weighing about 60 grams. There were only 3 cultivation-aiding energy stones with a purity of more than 90%, which was about 10 grams, and a few portions of dry rations. Fong Ping wanted to cry, but had no tears. The catacombs martial artists were so poor. The basic energy stones and the cultivation energy stones added together cost about 10 million, maybe a little more. In terms of weapons, the long saber could be sold for 5 million at most. As for the bow and arrow, it was hard to judge the price at the moment. Yes, I also hit a sword and a spear. The spear is the most valuable. As Fong Ping thought of this, he suddenly thought of something and glanced at the saber-wielding martial artist. The heart of a middle-ranked martial artist that had been converted into energy was also valuable. Fong Ping's gaze kept changing. The female archer had destroyed her own heart. Fong Ping had been afraid of wasting time with the previous spear-wielding martial artist, so he had not considered this at that time. But now the saber-wielding martial artist was right in front of him. This is war. Doing everything I can to improve myself is the right thing to do. Fong Ping gritted his teeth. I need to get used to all this. If I die here today, my ending won't be any better. A few minutes later, Fong Ping stuffed the energy-converted heart into the cloth bag that he had seized. After hesitating for a moment, Fong Ping waved his long saber and made a big hole in the ground, burying the 2 corpses inside. Whether it was to destroy the corpses or for other reasons, they were both martial artists. Even if they died, they deserved a place to be buried. Only now did Fong Ping check the changes in his wealth. Wealth, 80. 3 million vitality, 999 calories, 999 calories. Mentality, 539 hertz, 539 hertz. Bones honed, 177 bones, 90%, 29 bones, 30%. My wealth has increased by 16 million. Fong Ping glanced at it and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was safe now. These spoils of war had truly become his spoils of war. However, in order to kill the 3 people, he had used up almost 15 million wealth. These spoils of war could only barely make up for what he had spent. The main thing was that these people were too poor. They were rank 4 martial artists. 3 rank 4 martial artists had actually only increased his gains by this much. No, there was still a rank 3 martial artist. 16 million is too little. The system has given me a discount again. Fong Ping was helpless. Energy, ores, weapons, and hearts. According to the price, it should not be this much, right? The system was just like that. It would only give less, not more. What a snob! I'll go look for the spear and long sword I buried. I should be able to increase it a little more. I wonder if it can reach 100 million. Thinking of this, Fong Ping hurriedly began to search for his buried treasures. That spear was not cheap. Wandering around in the forest, Fong Ping was currently dizzy. He could only find his direction by looking for traces of battle. He could not tell the specific direction, but he could see traces of a night's battle. Fong Ping searched in this direction. After more than an hour, Fong Ping finally found the place he had marked. At this moment, the sky suddenly brightened. Fong Ping almost cried tears of joy. He had found it. It was good that he had not lost it. When he held the spear and long sword in his hands, Fong Ping almost cried tears of joy. These were really good stuff. The spear and long sword had actually increased his wealth by 15 million in an instant. It's definitely comparable to C-grade alloy. Fong Ping was overjoyed. His wealth had also reached a new peak, 95. 3 million. In total, my wealth has increased by 31 million. If I sell them for more than 31 million, I can still increase my wealth a little more. Soon, however, Fong Ping had a headache. With 4 weapons in hand, including his own, it would be 5. It was not easy to carry them around. Moreover, looking around, there were only big trees and more big trees. Where was he? At this moment, Fong Ping was at a loss. At this moment, the sky was already bright, but in the sky, the huge sun hung directly above his head. Fong Ping could not rely on this to determine the direction. The trees were also long and straight, and the canopy did not tilt in any direction. The direction those martial artists fled in. Did they go outside or to their lair? Fong Ping also did not know if he should follow the direction they fled in. What if they wanted to return to their lair in Sky Gate City? If the exit was outside Sky Gate City, then Fong Ping would cry. The direction of the catacombs can only be determined by the terrain and landmarks. The terrain. At this thought, Fong Ping hurriedly searched the ground for a while. Staring at the blackened soil, Fong Ping muttered, "Is there a difference in height?" In class, the direction with the highest terrain was north. If he walked along the lower terrain, naturally he would be south of Hope City. But now, he really could not feel the difference. After thinking for a while, Fong Ping hurriedly dug in all directions for a while. He stood in the middle and began to judge. This side is higher? No, this side seems to be higher. That's not right. Fong Ping's head hurt. They were F*** the same height. I can't stay in the forest for long. Whatever, let's get out first. If I really reach Skygate City, the map doesn't say that there's a forest outside Skygate City. At most, I'll just be a little closer, and I'll still be able to return to Hope City. At this thought, Fong Ping hesitated no more. He could not wait for death in the forest, could he?